were chased while I was still trying to survive emotionally and grieve the loss of my friends. I hated and still hate that they are gone, but for some reason, I am still here and I got to live. I still think about this every day. Why me? Why did I get to live and not them? For the longest time, I could not even look at their families without feeling sick with guilt. I did not know what to say or what to do. I was terrified that my presence just made their pain worse. And I was still here when their kid, their siblings and their friends, their loved ones should have been here instead. After everything happened, I was afraid to go into my own backyard or alone in my house. I was scared that the person who did this would come for me next. I was always scared that the media would try to catch me at any moment of any day, even when I was just walking around my house. I made my parents close all the blinds during the day so no one could see me even in the slightest chance. I barely left the house, and when I did, I made sure I was never alone. I slept in my parents' room for almost a year. I made them double lock every door, set an alarm, and still check everywhere in the room just in case someone was hiding. And I still check my room every night before, and I double lock it. I have not slept through a single night since this happened. I constantly wake up in panics, terrified. Someone is breaking in, or someone is here to hurt me, or I'm about to lose someone else that I love. The fear never really leaves. For a long time, I could barely get out of bed, but one day I realized I have to live for them. They did not get the chance to keep living, but I do, and I will not take that for granted. So now every day I remind myself to live for them, and everything I do it with them in mind. I am still scared to go out in public, but I force myself to do things because I know that they would want me to keep living my life to the fullest. I am beyond blessed to still be here, and I refuse to take that for granted when they did not get a chance. Our house was not just a house, it was a home. It was where we laughed till we couldn't breathe, make meals, did crafts, binge watch reality shows, played games, and spent lazy days on the couch. It was movie nights, wine nights, morning debriefs, pranks, hot chocolate, cookies, and warmth. I will cherish those memories forever, and I will not let what happened erase how special our home was or how much those memories meant to me. Now I would like to share some bits and pieces of who they were as people and some of the memories that we shared. One of my favorite memories was Halloween, and we all went to Sigma Chi. But instead of partying, we just sat in an apartment, talking and laughing all night long. I do not think I've ever laughed that hard in my life. We did not care about the party, we were just happy to be with each other. Xana was 1 in a million. She was the life of the party. But she was also the kindest and funniest person I knew. Everyone loved her because she made everyone feel so loved. She was just someone you always wanted to be around, no matter the circumstance. One of my favorite days with Xana was when she laid on the couch, when we laid on the couch together all day watching movies and snacking. Or when she, Maddie, and I would go and get margaritas, chips, and salsa. She would also light up a room with her presence alone. Kaylee had the most beautiful, radiant smile, and she was so kind, but also one of the funniest people I've ever known. She loved playing little pranks, and she always had us laughing so hard that we could not breathe. She was so full of energy and life. I really believe that she could have ruled the world if she wanted to, and she would have been America's sweetheart. Ethan was the sweetest, most genuine guy. He was always smiling and always making other people smile too. Ethan was the kind of person you wanted around. He was so kind and easy to talk to and just so fun. And the way he cared for Xana was truly something to admire. And really was proof that storybook love and true romances really do exist. It was not only obvious to me, but everyone that was around Ethan and Xana that they were absolute soulmates. Maddie was not only one of my best friends, but she was the older sister I would have always wanted. There was no one I looked up to or admired more than Maddie. She was truly a ray of sunshine, and everyone was drawn to her. She was so kind, loving, funny, fun, and passionate. She had the sweetest soul and wanted nothing but the best for everyone, and to love and show love to everyone. She took me under her wing and always made me feel so safe and included, and above all, loved and valued. She never failed to make me laugh or put a smile on my face. Still to this day, I am beyond grateful that she chose me to be her sorority little, and I thank God every day that I not only got to know her, but had her as one of my best friends. Honestly, I cannot pinpoint one favorite memory with Maddie because I have so many, and this would be a very long read if I did. But if some little memories with her that I cherish is when the two of us made a nice dinner and split some wine, or when we would binge watch Jersey Shore or Summer House. When we came up with a whole dance routine on Halloween and danced and sang all night, like no one was watching. All the late night walks home from going out, and just little shopping trips and so much more. I am beyond blessed that I had the chance to know each and every one of them. They changed my life in ways I would have never put into words. I hope that they are remembered for who they are and not what happened to them, because who they are were so beautiful, and they deserve to be remembered in the highest way. My heart breaks every time I go to text one of them or how badly I wish I could see and hang out with them. And then I remember I cannot. I will never be able to again. But I still talk to them in my prayers every single night, and I always will. I wish more than anything I could hug them one last time. And I wish I could tell them how much I love them. And even though I cannot, I still tell them every night. I will keep living for them as long as I am lucky enough to still be here. And they were all truly one of a kind, and they will be in our hearts forever and always.
Thank you, and please convey to Bethany my appreciation for her courage, and I hope that she heals.
Next is Dylan Mortensen. We're asking for some accommodations for Ms. Mortensen and that she be allowed to sit in my seat.
Sure. Dylan, just take your time, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor. What happened that night changed everything. Because of him, four beautiful, genuine, compassionate people were taken from this world for no reason. He didn't just take their lives. He took the light they carried it into every room. He took away how they made everyone feel safe, loved, and full of joy. He took away the ability for me to tell them that I love them and that I'm so proud of them. He took away who they were becoming and the futures they were going to have. He took away birthdays, graduations, celebrations, and all the memories that we were supposed to make. All of it is gone. And all the people who loved them are just left to carry that weight forever. He didn't just take them from the world. He took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home. the people I looked up to and adored more than anyone. He took away my ability to trust the world around me. What he did shattered me in places I didn't know could break. I was barely 19 when he did this. We had just celebrated my birthday at the end of September. I should have been figuring out who I was. I should have been having the college experience and starting to establish my future. Instead, I was forced to learn how to survive the unimaginable. I couldn't be alone. I had to sleep in my mom's bed because I was too terrified to close my eyes. Terrified that if I blinked, someone might be there. I made escape plans everywhere I went. If something happens, how do I get out? What can I use to defend myself? Who can help? And then there are the panic attacks. The kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't stop shaking. All I can do is scream because the emotional pain and the grief is too much to handle. My chest feels like it's caving in. Sometimes I drop to the floor with my heart racing, convinced something is very wrong. It's far beyond anxiety. It's my body reliving everything over and over again. My nervous system never got the message that it is over, and it won't let me forget what he did to them. People call me strong. They say I'm a survivor, but they don't see what my new reality looks like. They don't see the panic attacks, the hypervigilance, the exhaustion, the way I scan every room I enter, the way I flinch at sudden sounds. They don't know how heavy it is to carry so much pain and still be expected to keep going, and that's because of him. He stole parts of me I may never get back. He took the version of me who didn't constantly ask, what if it happens again? What if next time I don't survive? He may have shattered parts of me, but I'm still putting myself back together. Piece by piece, I'm learning how to live in this new version of life. It is not easy. It hurts, but I'm still trying. Still trying, and I'm not trying just for me. I'm trying for them, my friends. About a year ago, I had a dream about them. I got to say goodbye. I told them I won't be able to see you again, so I need to tell you goodbye. They all kept asking why, and all I could say was, I can't tell you, but I have to. When I woke up, I felt shattered and heartbroken, but also strangely grateful. Like maybe in some way that dream gave us the goodbye we never got. Still, no dream can replace them, and no goodbye will ever feel finished. He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me. My friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives, but I will continue trying to be like them to make them proud. Living is how I honor them. Speaking today is to help me find some sort of justice for them. And I will never let him take that from me. He may have taken so much from me, but he will never get to take my voice. He will never take the memories I had with them. He will never erase the love we shared, the laughs we had, or the way they made me feel seen and whole. Those things are mine. They are sacred, and he will never touch them. I get to feel sadness. I get to feel rage. I get to feel joy even when it's hard. I get to feel love even when it hurts. I get to live. And while I will still live with this pain, at least I get to live my life. He will stay here, empty, forgotten, and powerless.
Dylan, thank you so much for your courage. I appreciate it.
Next, we have members from the Madison Mogan family. First would be Scott Laramie, Madison Mogan's stepfather. Standing by him is Karen Laramie, Madison's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Scott Laramie. I'm Maddie Mogan's stepfather and the husband of Maddie's mother, Karen Laramie. I will read this victim impact statement on behalf of Karen and myself. Maddie was our gift of life, our purpose, and our hope. Maddie quickly became Karen's joy, identity, and purpose in life. I joined Maddie's life when she was 2.5 years old. The experience transformed me into a life of joy, love, and family. Maddie was bright, beautiful, kind, empathic. She listened carefully to others and was observant, seeing and caring about the hearts and the minds of all she encountered. She loved music and music festivals. She had a wonderful sense of humor. She excelled in school. She was an easy child to raise, almost never requiring discipline, and almost always giving us parental joy. One time Karen remembers disciplining Maddie as a little girl. Maddie responded, "You broke my heart," which of course melted ours. She had a keen wit, even at that young age. As she transitioned into teenage years, she prioritized us and extended family over many of the distractions that capture teenagers. She showered us with her presence and love at family events, barbecues, picnics, birthdays, holidays, and others. She spent countless hours with her papa, her Uncle David, Aunt Nadine, and her other close family and friends. This world was a better place with her in it. As she reached adulthood, Maddie applied her studies to be a marketing professional, entering into an internship at Payne West, and started planning her professional future. As with all things, she involved Karen and myself in the joy of her journey. As she transitioned into womanhood, Karen and I continued to be astounded at this wonderful and accomplished person we had created. All parents dream of their children accomplishing more than them. We realized this dream, all we had not become, she was becoming. Karen and I are ordinary people, but we lived extraordinary lives because we had Maddie. Maddie was taken senselessly and brutally in a sudden act of evil. She was taken along with the young, promising, and bright lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. First, we felt disbelief. Next, we felt disorientation. Then we felt grief overcome us. Our grief is compounded even more for the Goncalves, Kernodle, and Chapin families. We speak of hope and healing. And we do have hope and some healing. But the vast emotional wound will never fully heal. Since Maddie's loss, there's emptiness in our hearts, home, and family, an endless void. After losing her mother in a car crash, Karen took years to grieve and recover. The feeling that her life with Maddie and A was perfect helped her to start to heal. Now, this is no longer perfect. After Maddie's loss, Karen felt like she was spinning out, emotionally collapsing into anxiety and depression. She sometimes asks, how am I supposed to go on when I've lost my favorite person in the world? I felt the same, and we continue to struggle. The loss of Maddie has impacted so many beyond our family. Her second family is her sorority sisters who grieve alongside us. She has so many close friends who suffer from her loss. We will continue to be. Her loss will continue to be felt by the Vandal community, including Vandal Solutions on campus, where she volunteered her time for others. It helps us to know Maddie is in heaven now, freed from the trials of this earth. We, however, continue to live on without the grace and support of her presence. We will grow old without our only child, our bright, beautiful friend and daughter. In the end, there are no words that can accurately capture the devastation of losing Maddie. We will endure, and we will go on. For Maddie, we will not let our grief consume us. For Maddie, we will continue to love and care for our family and friends, including the families of Kaylee, Santa, and Ethan. We will remain united with them. We can only hope that others out there suffering similar losses can look to us and see that we can overcome hatred, darkness, and evil. We know the law allows us to comment on the defendant and his sentence. As for his sentence, we support the plea agreement. Society needs to be protected against this evil. As for the defendant, we will not waste the words, nor will we fall into hatred and bitterness. Evil has many faces, and we now know this, but evil does not deserve our time and attention. We are done being victims. We are taking back our lives. We will turn our time, talents, and attention to hope, healing, and helping others, and to the future. We invite all those who have suffered with us on this to join us in our journey. We can make this world a better place. We can move on from tragedy. Adversity will visit us, evil will visit us, but we will overcome. We can and will endure. Karen and I express our gratitude to Your Honor and to the prosecution team for allowing us the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your courage, and I am so sorry for your loss. God bless.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is Leander James. He's the attorney for the Mogan family and victim advocate. He'll be reading a statement for Karen Laramie.
May it please the court, counsel? My name is Leander James. I am the pro bono counsel for Karen and Scott Laramie. Karen has asked me to read this statement into the record. I thank my husband, Scott, for his statement, his courage, and his unending love and support during this dark time. While words are inadequate to capture the impact of this horrific crime on our family, he expressed it as best anyone could. For Maddie's sake, I will add my supplement statement that incorporates additional impact in the context of my extended family. I am grateful to Maddie's great uncle, Brian Caulfield, for assisting me with the difficult task of putting our pain into words. For me and my extended family, Maddie was our hope and our light. Her beauty, both outside and in, shone its light upon everyone with whom she came in contact. Her beauty, she carried that hope and light into the future for our entire family. We have memories of our Maddie and grief and pain at her being taken from our presence. Any one of us would have given our own light to have been outshone by hers. We now look to our Creator to know that her light continues where we look to see her in his presence. Those who commit evil for their own twisted gains and purposes truly defile the efforts and sacrifices of mothers, fathers, families, teachers, clergy, public servants, service members, and all those who commit themselves to the greater good, freedoms, and the future light of our nation. Condemnation falls heavily upon those who squandered the lives of our future hopes and dreams. Some may offer forgiveness for what the defendant has done. However, we cannot at this time, or perhaps ever, nor will we ask for mercy for what he has done. His acts are too heinous. The agony and grief he has caused, too great. But we will waste no further words or thoughts on him. For Maddie's sake, we will move on. We will do our best to carry Maddie's light into this world and make it a better place. I thank the court and the prosecution for allowing me the opportunity to make my statement, and I thank all those who have and will support my family and the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Laramie. Appreciate it.
Next is Ben Mogan, the father of Maddie Mogan.
Yes, of course.
Actually, Your Honor, it'll be Kim Cheeley, the grandmother of Maddie Mogan.
My name is Kim Cheeley. I was Maddie Mogan's paternal grandmother, as Ben Mogan, her father, is my son. I'm here today with my sister Lori Cheeley, Maddie's great aunt, and my son Ben Mogan, and my daughter-in-law Corey Hatrock. I'd like to begin by thanking a number of people involved in bringing this case to closure. In my daughter's words, the plea deal the prosecution team reached this month is one that punishes the perpetrator of this horrendous crime, protects the public from further harm, and allows all of us who knew and loved these kids the time to grieve without the anxiety of the long and gruesome trial, the years of appeals, and potential for mistrials along the way. My family and I are so grateful to Bill Thompson and his prosecution team for their dedication and painstaking work that forced the perpetrator to admit his guilt. We want to thank the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, and Judge Hippler. We'd also like to thank the University of Idaho officials who have treated the families of the victims with such dignity and kindness, and who have honored the 4 victims beautifully. Maddie was my first grandchild, so when she was born, all her grandparents had the distinct pleasure of deciding what we'd like to be called. I chose Nana, pretty original. But when Maddie was about a year and a half old, her papa, Ben's dad, and I were planning to visit the new little family in Oregon. Maddie didn't have an extensive vocabulary at the time, but for some unknown reason, she called bananas ba-deedle-deedles. When Karen and Ben told her Nana was coming to visit, she figured, I say deedle-deedle for that word. So I became Deedle-Deedle, shortened to Deedle when she was about 6 or 7, and I was Deedle all her life. I don't think her stepdad, Scotty, ever knew my given name was Kim. Maddie's and my birthdays were one day apart, and a couple years before she was killed, she gave me this necklace with Deedle and Maddie engraved on it, and I added an angel wing, and it's one of my treasured possessions. I also got an angel wing tattoo, never thought I'd see the day, but along with many members of our family, replicating the one that Maddie and her sorority sisters had. I wanted mine where I could see and touch it often. From preschool through grade school, I stopped teaching piano lessons early on Wednesdays and picked Maddie up for bubble baths, brownies, and books. It was our special time together. And she went home those nights in her jammies with a pan of warm brownies for her family. Although Karen and Scotty raised Maddie and did such a lovely job of parenting, we Mogans were lucky to have her for holidays and many other family gatherings. We'll always have our treasured memories of Maddie growing up in our big, extended, cooperative family. And I thank Karen and Scotty Laramie for being so generous and open and sharing Maddie with her Mogan side of the family. When the 4 kids were murdered, the foundation fell out of our world. Initially, the fear was truly debilitating. The first 6 weeks were excruciating. Despite the vigils, memorials, candlelight gatherings of students, friends, family, community members. After the arrest, in the past 2.5 years, my family has lived with grief, with the effects of traumatic grief, of which I was blissfully unaware before all of this. I now have a stack of books on grief. I've attended grief classes at hospice. I've tried EMDR, a technique that helps replace disturbing visions with something more comforting. My son Ben, his 2 sisters, Maddie's aunts, and I have all experienced depression and anxiety and sleep disturbance, requiring medical intervention at times. We've all sought counseling off and on. The struggle with media attention was extremely difficult, especially for Ben. No one should live through the violent murder of one's child. Some days it's beyond me how the parents of these kids are still upright. I'm thankful for the strong families and communities that are supporting the survivors. At the time, I could think of only 2 blessings surrounding the horrific murders. One was that Ben was living with my partner Tom and me at the time, and that we could support each other emotionally through it all. Sadly, Tom died a year ago of a rare brain cancer, and he won't be here to see justice served. He was our family's rock, and we all miss him every day. A second blessing is that my mother died of COVID several months before the kids were killed, and she didn't have to live through the horror. It was difficult to identify blessings. So we've all lost our dear child and a future with her. I ache for the loss of the dreams that she and her true love, Jake, held. And my heart goes out to Karen and Scotty and your side of Maddie's family. You've had more than your share of loss. My heart aches for the kids' roommates and the families of the other victims, and also the family of the perpetrator. Going forward, we Mogans are choosing to put our energy and focus into honoring Maddie's too short life and sweet spirit by celebrating Maddie May Day, which my two daughters established. On May 25th each year, Maddie's birthday, we encourage folks to do random acts of kindness in Maddie's name. In my daughter Katie's words, may we all protect our peace in whatever way possible, unite in community, and focus on joy. Please do an act in kindness in Maddie's honor during this week, so a glimmer of Maddie's light may live on. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate your courage, and bless you and your family.
Thank you.
Now is Ben Mogan, Maddie Mogan's father.
I'm Benjamin Mogan. I'm Maddie's dad. And first, I just want to say thanks to all the people that helped bring this all to a close. I know it's not the resolution that everyone, wanted, but I think that that everyone worked so hard, and we really appreciate all their efforts. It was such a hard thing to go through for everybody. Maddie was my only child that I ever had. She was the only great thing I ever really did, and the only thing I was really ever proud of. And I thought we would have the rest of our lives together to be together and to know each other, and I took for granted the times, she was in college, and I thought, oh, well, we'll have the rest of our lives to do all the stuff that we're supposed to do, and she was just about done. She actually earned all of her credits for her college degree, and Karen and Scotty and I got to go and get her diploma that she actually earned, and she served every bit of that. And but I thought that was going to be just the beginning of a long life together, and we never got that. Karen and Scotty did such a great job raising her after Karen and I split up, and I'm so thankful for Scotty and the role that he played in her life when I wasn't able to. But we got to spend a lot of great times together, Maddie and I. She was my favorite person to go to a concert with. We got to see some fun shows together, and I told her, if there's ever a show that you want to go to, let me know, and I'll get you tickets for you and your friend, or if we want to go together, we'll make it happen. And my favorite memory with her was when the Mac Miller show sold out here in Spokane, and everyone wanted tickets, no one could get them, and on the last day before the show, they did a radio thing, and I got 4 meet and greet tickets for Maddie and her friends and me to go and see the show, and that was her favorite artist at the time, was Mac Miller, and he's gone now too, and my little cousin Zach drove us all there that night, and he's gone too, tragically, and anyway, the last thing that she ever wrote to me was this Father's Day card, and I'm so glad I still have it. I'm just going to read what she said. It says, "Happy Father's Day. I hope you have the best day. I can't wait till we can hang out again soon. I'll be in Coeur d'Alene, 624 to 74. Hopefully we can find a time then. I love your birthday card that you sent me, by the way. Maybe we can see a concert sometime soon. I'd love to see the gorge when it's not so smoky out. I hope you're doing well. I'm proud of how far you've come. Thank you for always encouraging me to do my best. Love you lots and lots. Love, Maddie May." She did encourage me to not just to do my best, but to live on. I went through a lot of issues with addiction and with substance abuse, and when I wasn't wanting to live anymore, she was what would keep me from just not caring anymore, and knowing that she was out there and that she was just such a beautiful person kept me alive a lot of rough moments, and I'm so glad that she was able to meet Jake. He was the only one that actually ever got to take her to the gorge. They went and saw Watershed together, and yeah, they had a heck of a time. So glad she got to. That's a really special place for me, and she always wanted to work out there with me in the summer sometime. And she never got to, but at least she got to see it once with Jake. He was such a great guy. He is such a great guy. And I really wanted to see what a future with them would have looked like. I'll never be able to replace her. I wrote a bunch of stuff. I just don't know what to say right now. I just miss her so much, and I just love her more than anything. And it shouldn't have happened. And a death sentence is one thing. You know when it's going to happen, and it's going to be all gentle and stuff. But a life without parole, with a building full of people that all just want you to not be around anymore, winking at every morning, not knowing if that's the day they're going to pull your card. I mean, it's not a very nice sentence either. So, I don't know. I just love you, Maddie, and I wish you were still here.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, next would be members from the Kaylee Gonsalves family. First will be her father, Steve Gonsalves.
Today, we are here to finish what you started. Today, you've lost control. Today, we are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families. The wrong state, the wrong police officers, the wrong community. You tried to break our community apart. You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, your actions have united everyone in their disgust for you. I just learned from these lead investigators, to their shock, they worked in an investigation and actually worked with Pennsylvania police officers and the federal FBI. You united everyone. Everyone was united after you. None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are. Looking back when the police officers knocked on my door, told me what happened to my child, told me what happened to Maddie Mae, I don't think he was even out of the driveway before my kids turned around, looked at me and said, what do we do, Dad? I told them, you get to work. You get your ass to work. And we started calling, we started texting, we started emailing. And you know what? Within hours, we had your white car on the camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you. Police officers tell us within minutes, they had your DNA, like a calling card. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree, you're a joke, complete joke. But we took this disaster and we did what we could. We put everything online. We took our kids, we took our images, we took everything that they did, their videos, their photos, the girls' pranks, Ethan singing. We put it out there, we shared it with the world. And the world united. And all they ended up, when they talked about this case, is they talked about Kaylee Jade, Maddie Mae, Xana, and Ethan. Everything what these people meant to us, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, we shared that with our community. Then we shared it with our state. We shared it with the country, and eventually we shared it with the world. The world's watching because of the kids, not because of you. Nobody cares about you. You're not worth the time, the effort to be remembered. In time, you will be nothing but two initials forgotten to the wind. No visitors, nothing more than initials on an otherwise unmarked tombstone. From this moment, we've all started. From this moment, we will forget you. We want to all leave in closing. One last thing. You picked the wrong family, and we're laughing at you on your trip to the pen. That will be today or tomorrow. I'll close with, God bless all the men and women that worked on this case and all the hard work that you guys did. You guys allowed us to grieve and allowed us to get through this. The amount of work that you guys put together and the way that you guys put it together was beautiful. There was hard times to be expected, but thank you all. God bless.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Stephen Gonzalez, Kaylee's brother.
Steven's actually gonna pass. I'm gonna go.
Okay. Olivia Gonzalez, Kaylee's sister.
Hello, I'd like to start by thanking the court for allowing me the time and opportunity to speak today. My name is Olivia, and I'm the big sister of Kaylee Gonzalez, and I was blessed to love Madison Mogen as a sister too. I'm not here today to speak in grief. I'm here to speak in truth. Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were two pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you. If you had approached them in their everyday lives, they would have given you directions, thanked you for the compliment, or awkwardly giggled to make your own words less uncomfortable for you. In a world that rejected you, they would have shown mercy. Because the truth is, I'm angry. Every day I'm angry. I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you. The truth about me is when I heard the news, I didn't cry. I listened for them. I promised them I would, that I would fight for them, that I would show up no matter what it cost me. I swore I'd never let them feel alone. Because you see, I've always been their heavyweight. I've always been the one to fight the battles they didn't feel ready to fight themselves. All it ever took was a call, and they knew I would handle it for them, no matter the time, no matter the cost. They could wave their white flag because they knew I would never back down, not for them, and not even death could change that. Somewhere along the line, I started to think about what I would say to them if I was given just one last chance. If I could gather enough heartbreak or love or sacrifice or whatever it took to get just one message across, what would I say? Throughout this entire process, I've written my feelings down at every moment, my wishes, my love, my denial, my anger. And as one final act of love, I'd planned to read these thoughts, even jarring and discombobulating and not even making sense. Because for me, that was true love. As bare and as naked as it could be, not laced in pretty words or dressed for the occasion, but written through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with clenched fists, angry at this reality. My true final act of love was to continue on without them, for them. That dream to read aloud my love to them, to bring meaning through pain, was the latest blow in realizing you don't deserve it. And Kaylee and Maddie don't need it. Kaylee and Maddie have always known my love, and they would never ask me to prove it by further victimizing myself to a defendant who has shown no guilt, no remorse, no apprehension. They would say to me, "Why would you give the satisfaction of showing vulnerability now? You promised you would never back down." And for that clarity, I'm thankful. I won't stand here and give you what you want. I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power. And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are: sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Do you tell what you were thinking and feeling? Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper? Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows? Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card? How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon? The clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words? Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022. Which do you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months? If you were really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real? You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you? Do you feel anything at all? Or are you exactly what you always feared? Nothing. If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see. You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty. You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel powerful because no one ever paid you any attention in the light. You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe. You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic. You aren't special or deep, not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You work so hard to seem dangerous, but real control doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is, the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered. just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Christy Gonzalez, Kaylee Gonzalez's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. I never imagined having to speak to someone so devoid of humanity. For a long time, I didn't think I'd find the words low enough to meet you where you are. But now I realize this isn't about you. It's about what you've done to me, and I need you to hear it. When you murdered my daughter, Kaylee J. Gonzalez, you didn't just take her life, you shattered others. You attacked what you could never be, and in doing so, you left a trail of devastation far beyond that house. You stole my peace. You've altered my every waking moment, every sleepless night, the way I view the world, people, safety, trust. It's all been changed by your cruelty. I no longer recognize parts of myself. Joy is harder to find. Laughter feels foreign. The world moves forward, but I'm suspended in a place of sorrow and rage. You've taken from me something that can never be restored. The grief sits with me every day, some days quietly, and other days so loud it drowns out everything else. The emotional toll you've inflicted on me is immeasurable. I live with a constant ache, with birthdays that are now memorials, with holidays that feel hollow, with empty chairs that scream louder than words ever could. I am forever changed. But for you, as a person working on a PhD in criminal justice, you really didn't think this one through. You're not that good. In fact, you're not that good at anything. You couldn't secure a job. You couldn't get along with others. You couldn't even get a female to look in your direction. All because you are pathetic. Now you're a joke in this courtroom. I wish I could crown you with a jester hat to complete your orange jumpsuit clown look. A dead killer doesn't kill again. So while I'm disappointed the firing squad won't get to take their shots at you, I'm confident that the men in prison will have their way with you in more ways than one. You will finally get what you wanted, physical touch. Just probably not how you were expecting it. See, you haven't beat the system. You've simply entered a new one, where the rules are cruel and the consequences will never end. You are entering a place where no one will care who you are and no one will ever respect you. You will be forgotten, discarded, used, and erased. You will always be remembered as a loser, an absolute failure. And when those prison doors slam shut behind you, I hope that sound echoes in your heart for the rest of your meaningless days. I hope it reminds you of what we all already know. You're nothing. May you continue to live your life in misery. You are officially the property of the state of Idaho, where your fellow inmates are anxiously awaiting your arrival. But it's okay, because they're there to help you. Hell will be waiting. Quick message from our youngest daughter. Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's, in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Thank you. Do we have more from the Gonzalez family, or are you?
Yes, next would be Shannon Gray, the Gonzalez family attorney. He'll be reading statements from Kaylee Gonzalez's grandmothers.
Morning, Your Honor. Shannon Gray, the attorney for the Gonzalez family. I actually have 3 statements, 1 from her aunt and 2 from her grandparents. This is from her aunt, Tammy Butts. You, in the cloak of darkness, made a decision to turn our whole family's world upside down forever. You, in the cloak of darkness, took our Kaylee J. Gonzalez away from us all without hesitation. Never have you shown any remorse or regret. We just get creepy, non-expressive stares as you have your team of women defend you. Kaylee was a strong, kind, fun-loving, caring person, and she will greatly be missed by all her family and friends for the rest of our lives. She had goals in life that you took from her and us. We lose on watching her enjoying her life, working hard and building the future she wanted. She was ready to start that after college life. You, in the cloak of darkness, took it all away. You left us without her future wedding, her future children that she would have added to our family. No more talking to her on the phone, going for a coffee, celebrating holidays. It's all gone. You, in the cloak of darkness, gave each and every one of Kaylee's family members their own lifetime sentence. You, in the cloak of darkness, also took our Maddie Mae from all of us. She was so genuine, caring, polite. She was part of our family. You came in, harmed our children that were younger women than you in their own beds. You're nothing, you're a coward. It's not right that you have received life. I pray that you meet your end in the cloak of darkness, burn in hell. I have 2 other statements, Your Honor. This is Linda Lucan's statement. This is Kaylee's grandmother. I really don't know how to address something so inhumane, but I will try. Nothing in the past 2.5 years has made any sense. All I get is you cowardly went into a home at night, filled with what I'm sure you thought was all sleeping girls, and went on a vicious killing spree for no other reason but to appease your demonic urges. You took my granddaughter Kaylee from us, plus 3 other beautiful lives. You took my granddaughter Kaylee, beautiful, sweet-souled, doll-faced Kaylee, who was getting ready to start her amazing life, who had such a bright future, who was loved by so many, who you were so envious of. She had a life you could never have. You are so beyond human. You're definitely a demon from hell. I truly wish your punishment would be the same death you inflicted on our kids. But I think you will meet some new friends in prison who will be there just to help you. Thumbs up. And I have one last statement, Your Honor. This is from Cheryl Gonzalez, Kaylee's other grandmother. John 1:5 says, light shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcomes it not. Somewhere in your life, some jealousy, envy, ego, something went dark. It pushed out all light until you became dark and evil. And when you saw my granddaughter and her friends, their light, because they have such a light, you couldn't stand it. Because the darkness in you could not stand the light in them. And so you decided to destroy it. Cowardly, You walked into their rooms in the dark and took their lives, hoping to get rid of your darkness. But you didn't. You failed. Because you know what was once a light shown only to their friends, families, and loved ones is now all over the world. Everyone sees it. Their smile, their beauty, their plans, everything they were and had. And you think you put a close to it, even that, but you didn't. Because they still exist. They are still light. They are still beautiful. You can never take that away. They will always be in the light of all eternity. And you will be in the darkness because you could not overcome it. You failed. I want you to be gone, more than gone. I want you to be cast out. Cast out from my life, from my family, from this earth. I will not allow your hatred to penetrate into my own soul. You did not get that power. You are evil, and in the end, evil is eradicated. You didn't take Kaylee's light, you spread it into the world. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. If the are you moving to a different family now? All right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess? All right.
Okay. Sorry, y'all. I was on a work call. I got to go back and hear Daddy Gonzalez, because I missed him. So if you didn't hear him, if you heard him, I'm looking for him. He was the guy. He had to be the one who turned. He had to be the one who turned at their seat.
Next, we have members from the Madison Mogan family.
And bright lives of Kaylee can look to us and see that we can overcome.
And I thank all those who have and will support my family and the family.
Deedle deedles. Fear was truly debilitating. To live through the horror may live on. Thank you.
Karen and Scotty did such a great job raising her after.
There we go, y'all. I miss Daddy, so I got to hear him.
Today, we are here to finish what you started. Today, you've lost control. Today, we are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families. The wrong state, the wrong police officers, the wrong community. You tried to break our community apart. You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, your actions have united everyone in their disgust for you. I just learned from these lead investigators, to their shock, they worked in an investigation and actually worked with Pennsylvania police officers and the federal FBI. You united everyone. Everyone was united after you. None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are. Looking back when the police officers knocked on my door, told me what happened to my child, told me what happened to Maddie Mae, I don't think he was even out of the driveway before my kids turned around, looked at me and said, what do we do, Dad? I told them, you get to work. You get your ass to work. And we started calling, we started texting, we started emailing. And you know what? Within hours, we had your white car on the camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you. Police officers tell us within minutes, they had your DNA, like a calling card. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree, you're a joke, complete joke. But we took this disaster and we did what we could. We put everything online. We took our kids, we took our images, we took everything that they did, their videos, their photos, the girls' pranks, Ethan singing. We put it out there, we shared it with the world. And the world united. And all they ended up, when they talked about this case, is they talked about Kaylee Jade, Maddie Mae, Xana, and Ethan. Everything that these people meant to us, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, we shared that with our community. Then we shared it with our state. We shared it with the country, and eventually we shared it with the world. The world's watching because of the kids, not because of you. Nobody cares about you. You're not worth the time, the effort to be remembered. In time, you will be nothing but two initials forgotten to the wind. No visitors, nothing more than initials on an otherwise unmarked tombstone. From this moment, we've all started. From this moment, we will forget you. We want to all leave in closing one last thing. You picked the wrong family, and we're laughing at you on your trip to the pen. That will be today or tomorrow. I'll close with, God bless all the men and women that worked on this case and all the hard work that you guys did. You guys allowed us to grieve and allowed us to get through this. The amount of work that you guys put together and the way that you guys put it together was beautiful. There was hard times to be expected, but thank you all. God bless.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Stephen Gonzalez, Kaylee's brother.
Steven's actually gonna pass. I'm gonna go.
Okay. Olivia Gonzalez, Kaylee's sister.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna try to see if I can find us a little something to watch in the meantime, in between time. So it looks like the honor killing is better. They streaming it better than they did yesterday. I couldn't get with it. So we can jump over to their courtroom.
Where we left off yesterday, and that is with the direct examination of Ms. Waltermeyer. Ms. Stone, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning again, Ms. Waltermeyer.
Good morning.
Thank you for being back. I'm going to beat Mr. Leary to the punch. I'm thanking you for being here. When we met yesterday, or spoke yesterday during your testimony, you had talked about, we kind of ended up talking about some transitions to online schooling for that student, Fatima. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you would indicated during your testimony that you had some concerns as a school about Fatima moving to online schooling. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as I recall your testimony, and correct me if I'm wrong, you had indicated that she does better in person, so that was one of the concerns. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have another concern associated with that? Well, let me ask this a different way. Do you recall testimony yesterday indicating that you wanted, you had a concern that she would not have access to adults, in-person access to adults?
Yes, I said that yesterday.
Okay. What kind of concern was that? Was that purely academic or something else?
Something else. I mean, academic, having access to adults is important, but
Without providing specific details about anything underlying, what type of concern was that?
access to share information with adults that could be trying to like think about this without giving direct access to share information with adults who may have to report something to law enforcement and or CPS.
Okay, so if I understand, is it fair to call that a safety concern?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about the trespass order. We finished with the trespass order. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as part of that conversation, you had indicated that you'd previously looked at video footage associated with the school. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Sorry, as the underlying event for the trespass order.
Oh, yes.
So that begs the question then, does your school have video surveillance?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So can you tell me a little bit about that video surveillance, starting with about how many cameras are there, so to speak?
I believe there's about 100 cameras, maybe 80. They're numbered kind of weird, so we could have cameras 64-1, 64-2, 64-3. So about 100, 80 to 100 cameras that are inside the building and outside of the building.
And what areas, generally speaking, do they cover?
Outside of the building, parking lots, the back side of the building, some of the athletic fields, inside of the building, all entrances, hallways.
Okay. And are those cameras, for lack of a better word, named? Meaning, do they have titles associated with them? How do you differentiate one camera from the next?
They're numbered cameras.
And what do you mean by they're numbered cameras? Are they numbered on the camera itself or on the footage or something else?
When I pull it up on my computer, it's just they're named camera 1, 2. Some of them have like camera 13 is office in parentheses. So.
And so as part of your role as the assistant principal, does your school also have a vice principal, or is that essentially equate to a vice principal?
It's the same.
Okay. And so as the assistant principal, I know you've indicated you've previously downloaded footage before. Is that something that you do regularly or often, or is that part of your job or something else?
It's part of my job to review camera footage as necessary and download footage when requested by district office or a records request, or just something that we would like to save.
Right. How often would you say you do that, and or how many times if it's not a consistency type event?
I look at cameras every single day, downloading footage maybe once a month.
And you said you do that at the request of both the district office and law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes. With that said, our SRO has access to cameras, Officer Howard, and she will pull the footage also as needed.
Okay, so between the two of you, you both are able to pull footage from the school, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the, you said every day you've been there this is your 5th year, I believe you said. You look at it and you've downloaded about once a month. So during all of those times that you've downloaded footage, has that footage appeared to be a true and accurate depiction of events as you were reviewing them?
Yes.
Okay. And is that video system one that your school and district rely upon for review and decisions that you're making about actions to take within the Timberline High School on behalf of North Thurston School District?
Yes.
And I think we've talked about it before, but is Timberline High School part of the North Thurston School District?
It is, yes.
And is that one of the properties, is Timberline High School one of the properties that North Thurston School District owns or manages or leases?
Yes.
Okay. When you actually go into review and download that footage, how do you do that? What does that process look like?
So one, I have to be at school or at a district site I have to be on the server. So it's not anything I can do from home, but I have to be on the server, and I go into Exact Vision to access the cameras. And then from there, usually I will scroll to find the camera that I am looking for.
Okay. And then when you download it, is just as simple as clicking a download button and making the copy and sending it where you need it to go?
Yes, and putting it in the right format.
What do you mean by that, putting it in the right format?
So I can't remember, like MP3 or whatever, so it will play in a different format, because Exact Vision, we can download it there and play it, but I need it to be able to be accessible for whoever I have to share it with.
All right, Ms. Jennings.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next family is the family of Xana Kernodle, and first would be Jasmine Kernodle, Xana's sister.
Just want to say thank you to everyone who's been involved in this, and just for all the hard work and dedication you guys have put into this. I also want to thank everyone for the support and just my family and friends who've been around through this time. I went back and forth on whether to speak today because the truth is, you don't deserve power over my feelings, my words, or me.
Thank you. In the end, I realized this moment isn't about you. It's about justice for Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie. It's about honoring the beautiful people they were and still are in God's eyes. On November 13th, 2022, a piece of my heart was ripped away. There's no way to ever fully describe the weight of losing my sister, my best friend. No sentence or punishment will ever come close to the justice Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie deserve. Xana was everyone's best friend. She was kind, she was funny. She was a gift to each person she was able to make an impact on. Xana was someone I turned to when I needed direction or advice. Although I am her older sister, I often found myself looking up to her. She had a radiant energy that everyone loved, and she always knew the right way to approach a problem. She knew how precious and special life was, and she truly did live every day to the fullest. Yet her story was cut short by an act of evil. I believe in a God whose justice is not bound by this courtroom. I find peace knowing that judgment ultimately belongs to Him. For your sake, I hope one day you feel the full weight of what you did. I hope you take accountability. I hope you truly experience the guilt and you surrender yourself to Jesus Christ. Because no punishment on this earth can ever compare to the isolation and pain of eternal separation from God. Xana deserved more. They all did. But I come here to say this. I am strong. I am brave. I'm a fighter, just like Xana. And you don't get to control how I move forward or what I believe. I walk with the comfort of knowing I will see my sister again. Xana didn't get the future she deserved. She won't be the maid of honor at my wedding, the cool aunt to my future children. I'll never hear her laugh or see her light up a room ever again. But I will carry her with me for the rest of my life. I will live in her honor, fight to be the best kind of woman and someone she's proud of, to make sure the world never forgets who she was. Xana's story doesn't end with what was taken from her. It lives through the love she gave, the people she touched, and the legacy our family will protect. Her light still shines, and her voice will echo louder than this pain. You didn't take that from us, and you never will.
Thank you.
I just want to say before I start, I'm Xana's dad, Jeff Kernodle. It's been a hard road down, because she's gone. And I want to thank everybody, other their families that's speaking so far, spoke about things. I agree with everything they have to say. It all comes back to a lot of the same things that I've had to deal with and we as a family have had to deal with. And that brings me, basis of what I'm talking about a little bit is on my way up here, flying up here in the plane and about halfway through the flight, this little girl is calling out for her dad. Hey, dad. And then in my mind, I was kind of half asleep. It's dark on the plane. I heard Xana calling out for me like she did, back when she was little, 5 years old. And those times were hard. It was chaotic, but we always had something to work toward that was in a positive direction, compared to right now, which is necessarily not as positive as that for sure. And I know I miss Xana a lot. My life's been changed, and Xana had a great impact on me, and the impact was when she was gone, I realized how important she was and what she really did for me, influenced me, was way beyond what I ever thought. She'd call me up on the weekends, check on me, see who's with me. She's like accountability to your youngest daughter. And that really made a big difference. It made me really think about things and what it's all about, you know? That's the things that I miss the most, is those calls on the weekends, the calls at 11 at night. What's going on? You want to meet my friend? You know, whoever she's with, a couple of her friends, I meet them, talk to them. And she always did that. And it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I really miss that. And she made a big impact on me, on other people, her family. But the impact that she made is so extensive on what happened here. And it goes so far. People from everywhere in the world, you know, are following things, and Xana has made a difference in their lives. So, you know, countless people told me that. They might not even know her. They never knew anything about her. It's what they see, and they just love her and say how they wish she could have been their friend. You know, could have been their friend, could hung out, and it's like, this is a blessing, you know. This is the little kid was, and definitely was a big blessing in my life, and so is Jasmine, and basically, you know, we worked hard to do the things we did, that, you know, through the times they were growing up, and through those times, I realized that I wanted both of them to graduate college, and that'd be the ultimate thing for them to do to prepare for the world. Then it came back to me, Xana didn't get to finish college. He had it all figured out. And this all just came back to me when I was there, and that little girl was on the plane doing that. It's like where I was going, what I was going here for. And then I just realized and thought to myself about the wonderful life that she had and we had together. And I still get to have with Jasmine, but that's the part that really counted. It's the part that really counted, is those memories. And those are what I have left, the memories with her and the ones I can make with her, and the life that I can go on with now, which is what she wants. And I say that in present tense because that's what she wants, because I've been told that, you know. I've been countless ways that she's out there and has a way to communicate, which I'm very grateful for. That goes to say that the impact of what happened to them, all 4 kids, goes so much further than just not me, the parents, the families, the community. It goes so far, because a lot of kids, you know, in the colleges, just for an example, they lock their doors now. The door wasn't locked in the back. You know, Penn State or wherever it was, all the colleges I know that I've heard, they all lock their doors now. So maybe the impact that it's going to make is going to help out and maybe protect some people. Having this outreach and having the influence of what these kids, what happened to these kids did, you know. All I know is I was 7 miles away when it happened, and she wasn't feeling that good. It was 11:30. And I almost went over to Susanna's to say, and I would have been sitting right there in that couch, and you had to deal with me. So they would have had a chance. And I regret that, and I regret not going. But the reason why I didn't is because Susanna said, don't be drinking and driving. You got the rental car, don't be drinking and driving, you know, the week before that. So she would have been mad at me to do that. But I really wish I would have drunk and drove, you know, because they would have had a chance, all four of them. At this point, I just have to go on. We're going to go on with everything and make things better in my life, because that's what it's all about. Have closure in things. And the part that we miss is Santa, her influence, her smile, the things that she did. And we have the memories left, the great memories. And she just wants us to make more memories and not be sad or upset or shocked or taken for that, you know? And that's what we're gonna do. We just have to. That's all I got.
Thank you for your words and your courage, and bless your family.
Next, Kim Kernodle would like to address the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Kim Kernodle. I am Xana's aunt. I was very blessed to have her in my life, in our family. And I thought I had everything in my head, what I wanted to say, but it kind of went out. And I'm always looking for the positive thing, because evil, hate can destroy people. And that's what it started doing with our family. It created anger with our family members. And then I had to look, because Xana was everything that the media, her friends said. She was that fun, loving, high-spirited, beautiful person. And I no longer get to get my nails done with her, have lunch with her. Sorry. But how I look at it now is this tragedy, this horrible tragedy on all of the 4 children, has brought us closer. You united us with your actions. We're united now, and we're stronger than ever. We have family and friends now that we never knew we had. And, you know, this is probably going to bother everybody, but Brian, I'm here today to tell you I have forgiven you, because I no longer could live with that hate in my heart. And for me to become a better person, I have forgiven you. And anytime you want to talk and tell me what happened, get my number. I'm here, no judgment, because I do have answers or questions that I want you to answer. And I'm here. I'll be that one that'll listen to you. Okay? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
My name is Stratton Kernodle, and I'm Xana's uncle, Jeff's brother. Sitting here today listening to all the stories and feelings and feeling the pain from everybody is a pretty powerful thing. It's each time a statement was read, it sort of would tug into my center core as I felt everybody's anguish. And Xana meant a lot to us, and we loved her very much. But I started thinking about, instead of rehashing everything that everybody else has talked about, I wanted to direct it another direction toward Brian and what he's done to his family, his parents, his siblings, his friends, his universe. He has contaminated, tainted their family name, and pretty much made a horrible, miserable thing to be ever related to him. And I know that that's what he has to live with, and that has to be his pain. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, I believe Randy Davis, stepfather to Xana Kernodle, would like to address the court.
Hi, my name's Randy, stepdad of Xana. I just feel the same way we all do. All of us are united because of something that happened. And I'm grateful to know and have met some new family because of this awful event. But this is probably the last time we're all going to be in the same room together. Let's be real. So I can say, I love you all, and I feel your pain. And just God bless us all, you know? Just get through it. I had stuff wrote up. It was probably best I didn't read it out. Probably get kicked out of here. So, you know, I'll share one thing to you guys, not to you, with Xana. So I was working in North Dakota and came home, and Jazzy and Xana had taken our son Elijah and put him in a dress, makeup, and it was awful, you know. I was like, I don't know. She was funny. I told her she'd be in the movies and be somebody great one day like that. And now she is just above us as an angel with all the other beautiful kids. So let's hold that to our hearts, because this evil thing is not going to take nothing from us. You, man, I don't know what my limits are here, but I'm really struggling, dude. I am struggling. So I want to just be out in the woods with you just so I can teach you about loss and pain. I love God. I wouldn't take your life. That's up to him. But I guarantee you, you are weak. God, I would just give a moment, man, 5 minutes out in the woods. Oh, man. You're going to go to hell. I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are going to suffer, man. I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay? Go to hell.
Next is Kara Northington, Xana's mother.
I'm Kara Northington. I am Xana Kernodle's mother. This letter is to you, really, but it's for my daughter, who was murdered by you. Today I stand before you, the man who is responsible for murdering my beautiful daughter, Xana Kernodle. My daughter was beautiful both inside and out. She possessed love for those around her and had a light so bright it will live on forever in our hearts. She brought joy and laughter to her friends, her family, and anyone in her presence. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, now has her in his loving arms in heaven, where she can never be harmed ever again for eternity. Because of her, I came to know my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Because of her, many will come to Christ. It is Christ who lives in me that has given me the strength to forgive you. It was of no power of my own. In return, the Lord has filled me with joy, hope, and peace that surpasses all understanding. Jesus has allowed me to forgive you for murdering my daughter without you even being sorry or asking for this. This is only possible because he who lives in me is greater than any evil in this world. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I do not fear you or even let you rent space in my head anymore. This forgiveness has released me from any and all evil you have inflicted on me and my family. It has allowed me to let our Lord deal with you. You have accepted a deal that will prevent you from receiving the death penalty. Nothing man can do to you can ever compare to the wrath of God. Inevitably, you will stand before our Lord and will have to answer to him over the sins you have committed in murdering our children. I pray you come to the end of yourself before that day. Whether you like it or not, heaven is for real and so is hell. The innocent life of Xana that you stole from myself and my family, and the destruction of this, and the destruction it has caused. I am washing my hands of you and turning you over to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, whom vengeance belongs to. In closing, I want to read a passage from the Bible, Ephesians 6, King James Version. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, that ye may be able to stand in the evil day. I'm not going to share memories of Xana or any more of the goodness of her with you, because I do not want that to be in your head. I don't want it to be in your head. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve our good memories that we have. I do pray for you. I pray that you come to the end of yourself. I pray that before this life is over, that you ask our Lord and Savior in your heart and to forgive you. I do pray for that. But after today, I wash my hands of you, and you are no longer a thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe the state has any other victim impact statements.
Okay. All right, state can argue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just as a housekeeping matter to start, There will be the issue of restitution. That is, the documentation is being gathered, and we ask the court would defer that for 30 days so we can present it in an orderly fashion and make sure it's comprehensive for everyone.
Any objection to leaving restitution open in 60 days? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's necessary and appropriate to share for everyone here, including the court, the background that brings us in front of Your Honor today for these proceedings. As the record reflects, and as everybody in this courtroom knows, the defendant has pleaded guilty to all 5 counts charged in the indictment. Under oath before Your Honor, he has admitted that the charges against him are true. He has reassured the court that he has not been coerced or threatened to make those admissions. And Your Honor did an extraordinary job in taking the pleas back on July 2nd. We appreciate the court's discipline and insight. The defendant has also waived appeal on the multitude of rulings from this court and Your Honor's predecessor in Latah County on dozens, literally dozens of motions seeking to dismiss the case, seeking to control or limit evidence, seeking to offer evidence that would not be appropriate. And we appreciate the court's consistent rulings based on the law, based on the facts. As Your Honor will recall, on June 18th, it's just really not that long ago, we appeared before this court for arguments on what became the defendant's final motions to this court. Motion where they wanted to offer evidence suggesting that other people were responsible for the defendant's actions, and the motion seeking essentially an indefinite continuance of the trial. It was readily apparent to all of us in the courtroom from Your Honor's comments that those motions were not going to be granted. So we returned to Moscow and continued with what we had been working on for months in preparation for trial. We had no qualms about going to trial if trial was what was necessary and appropriate. The following week after we were in court, we were approached by the defense with an inquiry about a possible plea. And I can tell the court this is the first suggestion ever that there was any consideration, because indeed the defense had maintained from the beginning that Mr. Kohberger, the defendant, was factually innocent. It's clear that the reality of the evidence and the case that had been investigated and prepared and that we were ready to present in court became a reality. Our reaction, among other things, was to reach out to all the families. And in fact, later that week, on Thursday and Friday of that last week of June, we met with representatives by teams, virtual meetings, with representatives of all the families. And we talked about the status of the case and the upcoming trial and things that related to the trial. And we also let them know that there had been an inquiry about whether there might be an offer for a plea. And we asked the family members for their thoughts and feelings. And they were candid. And they have been candid since, and we respect that. And we understand, recognize, and acknowledge that there was a difference of opinion among representatives of the different families. We understand that. One of the challenges of this case, one of the unique things about this case is we have multiple victims, each unique unto themselves, their families and friends unique unto themselves, and all of them entitled to their opinions. all of them entitled to their thoughts. Over the following weekend, our prosecution team, very skilled attorneys who were personally as well as professionally deeply invested in this case, met. And we talked, and the decision was reached. Well, to start with, were there to be any sort of plea offer or discussion, there's only one possibility. And that would be for the defendant to plead guilty straight up to all charges. There would be no bargaining about counts. There would be no bargaining about reduced sentences. And so we made the proposal to the defense that if the defendant was willing to plead guilty up front to all 5 counts as charged and waive appeal of the court's myriad decisions during the past 2.5+ years on all these motions that would have consumed years, if not decades, of time in the future. By the end of the weekend, we were notified the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged and factually acknowledge his responsibility in court for these horrible crimes. Obviously, those discussions and negotiations were confidential. And as Your Honor noted, I believe that was necessarily so, because if the defendant had decided not to plead guilty, it would have been devastating to our jury pool for there to be public information that there had been even consideration by either party to a plea resolution. And protecting the prospective integrity of a trial after so many years was paramount. So, the end of the weekend came. We notified the victims' families of what had occurred. I recognize and acknowledge personally, and I respect the fact that of these fine, suffering people here, not everybody agreed with the decision we make. I accept that. It's my responsibility in the end. I recognize that that's the duty of the office that I hold. So now, it is time for the judicial system to impose final judgment and close the door on this chapter of these tragedies. As the court is aware, by the agreement of the parties, it is the state's prayer. Perhaps have the Elmo police turned on. Thank you. That on count 1, the felony burglary, that the court sentenced the defendant to the maximum period of 10 years fixed in the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. Then on count 2, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Maddie Mogen. On count 3, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. On count 4, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Xana Kernodle. On count 5, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Ethan Chapin. And the state further prays that these sentences be ordered to run consecutively, back to back, not at the same time, to recognize and respect the unique individuality of each of these beautiful young people whose lives were taken brutally and for no reason. And hopefully now, as we have heard earlier this morning, it is time to afford the families and the friends and the community and the state of Idaho and the nation and the world to move forward. We can't undo, and we can never undo, the horror of what occurred on the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho. For a long time, the presiding district judge in Latah County was John Stegner, who eventually became a member and a justice of the Idaho Supreme Court. And Justice Stegner often observed that even God cannot change the past. But everyone in this room has the ability to take themselves forward. And we want the judicial system to afford them the opportunity today to do that. From today forward, our memories should be focused on these innocent victims whose lives were taken, on their families, on their friends, on the community. The court has heard discussion, talk today, reminiscences today about a special family that our victims shared, not just their natural, legal, and biological families, not just their university family within their sororities, for example. But this family. This is the picture taken on November 12th, 2022, of the special family of 1122 King Road. And you can see all 6 of these dynamic, vibrant, loving, special, innocent faces taken together just across the street from their residence, and barely 12 hours before 4 of them would be brutally murdered in their sleep. They've been described consistently as being bright, caring, vivacious, with futures we can only imagine now. But they were, and they remain, a special family that I think we should all recognize and appreciate. So it's time to move forward. There have been a number of statements directed specifically at the defendant today. I have one last thought. After Your Honor imposes judgment and sentences the defendant to spend the rest of his life in prison, in other words, sentence the defendant to die in prison, he's going to stand up in the belly chains and leg irons that he's wearing today, and he's going to be escorted into the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. And the door will close behind him forever. That is the closure that we seek, that all of these people, these loving friends and family deserve, so that we can move forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, does the defense have evidence to present today? All right. Does defense wish to make argument today?
Runner, we do not wish to make arguments. Mr. Kohberger, along with his legal team, is prepared for the court to enter judgment.
All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well, please. All right, let me start this morning by acknowledging and thanking those that have come here today in support of their loved ones. And I appreciate your courage and your strength. And I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible. Thank counsel for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout this case. It has been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some resolution and hopefully justice to this case. During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people and senselessly slaughtered them, 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents. None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. Whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus, or in front of a camera demanding retribution with the loudest megaphone. I've listened intently to the stories and pain that have been shared today, with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about two kids simply being kids. The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role. They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these four young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry this same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why. I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why, but upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power. The need to know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot, how could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth? Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed? Rather, I suspect the so-called self-serving and aggrandizing untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold. Even if we could get truthful insight into his why, I suspect it would not in any way quench one's thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance. Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality. No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits. While criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on their worst impulses, there should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, He is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused. And therefore, I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court, recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Hill, I hereby sentence Mr. Kohberger as follows. On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate. I also impose a fine of $50,000. Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogan. I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the victim of the family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility in execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies. Though you have waived your right to appeal, you do have a right to file a notice of appeal, and any such appeal must be filed within 42 days of the date of the written judgment, which will be entered shortly hereafter. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel if that is your desire. I ask the media and public present to allow the families to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged by your humanity and strength, and God bless you. We're adjourned.
because of something happened, and I am grateful to know and have met some new family because of this awful event. But this is probably the last time we're all going to be in the same room together. Let's be real. So I can say, I love you all, and I feel your pain. And just God bless us all, you know? Just get through it. I had stuff wrote up. It was probably best I didn't read it out. Probably get kicked out of here. So, you know, I'll share one thing to you guys, not to you, with Xana. So I was working in North Dakota and came home, and Jazzy and Xana had taken our son Elijah and put him in a dress, makeup, and it was awful, you know. I was like, I don't know. She was funny. I told her she'd be in the movies and be somebody great one day like that. And now she is just above us as an angel with all the other beautiful kids. So let's hold that to our hearts, because this evil thing is not going to take nothing from us. You, man, I don't know what my limits are here, but I'm really struggling, dude. I am struggling. So I want to just be out in the woods with you just so I can teach you about loss and pain. I love God. I wouldn't take your life. That's up to him. But I guarantee you, you are weak. God, I would just give a moment, man, 5 minutes out in the woods. Oh, man. Ooh. You're going to go to hell. I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are going to suffer, man. I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay? Go to hell.
Xana's stepfather, Randy Davis, telling Brian Kohberger to go to hell. That's how he ended his tribute to his stepdaughter, along with some funny stories. We'll get a break. When we come back, Xana's mother is next to speak. Stay with us. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice as we continue our coverage of the sentencing of the Idaho student murders.
Convicted killer Brian Kohberger will learn his fate for murdering 4 Idaho college students and come face to face with the families of his victims.
The sentencing of Brian Kohberger. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, emotional victim impact statements as admitted quadruple murderer Brian Kohberger faces sentencing. We're live from Boise with the latest.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
Oh, so meaning as, if I understand your testimony, Exact Vision essentially has its own executable playing program, and so you have to create a generalized, put it into a generalized format so that it can be played on any playing program. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And that system that you indicated, you have to be hooked onto the internet. Do you have like a password login for that system that you have to use? Meaning, can I just walk into the school district and get on Exact Vision?
No, it's downloaded on my computer, so I have to log into my computer to have access to that. And the district has to give people access. So.
Okay. And is that footage that you can edit or modify, meaning add people into the footage, take people out of the footage, or delete events from that footage?
No. Nor do I know how.
Okay, that was my next question. And did you review any footage from the incident occurring after school on October 18th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
And where did you review that footage originally? Meaning, did you review it originally within the school district itself?
Yes, I reviewed it at Timberline High School in my office.
And did you provide that footage for anyone?
I saved footage of that afternoon for the district office.
Okay. And prior to this hearing, have you had an opportunity to review footage from a set of interior and exterior cameras depicting these events?
Yes.
And when and where did you have an opportunity to do that?
Monday here at the courthouse.
Okay, so Monday of this week at the prosecutor's office, is that
Yeah,
correct?
yes.
Okay. And do you remember what the date was on Monday?
No clue.
Okay. Is today the 23rd of July?
It is.
Okay.
So I guess, would that be the 20th?
That would be the 21st?
Okay. So July 21st.
And based on your knowledge of the school property itself, the persons depicted, the circumstances depicted, and your knowledge and familiarity with the video system of itself, did that footage you review appear to be a true and accurate copy of the originally contained footage that you downloaded from that system?
Yes.
May I approach, Honor?
You may.
Ms. Walter Meyer, I've handed you States Exhibit 114 through 120. I'd ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what are those first generally?
Memory sticks. They have my initials on them.
Okay. So as memory sticks, is there something specific indicating what is contained on those memory sticks?
Yes, it says the camera, THS, and then the camera name.
Okay,
in it.
so I'm going to start with States Exhibit 114.
Okay.
Do you recognize States Exhibit 114?
Yes.
How do you recognize States Exhibit 114?
And it has my initials on it.
Initials, is there
And
anything
date.
else? Is there a date indicated?
Yeah, 7/21/25.
Okay, and which camera is that indicated for?
68-1.
Okay. And what about States Exhibit 115?
This one is THS camera 16.
115 is camera 16?
Yes.
Okay. And what about States Exhibit 115, or excuse me, 116?
That's camera 17.3.
And States Exhibit 117?
THS camera 15.
The States Exhibit 118?
That's camera 68-4-2.
States Exhibit 119?
That's camera 67-4.
And then States Exhibit 120, please, ma'am.
Camera 54, I can't make out the number, 0.2 maybe.
Okay.
It's like bunched in there.
It's a small tag, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And each of those exhibits, States Exhibits 114 through 120, do each of those contain your initials and the date of review by you?
Yes, they do.
And based on that review, did those appear to be true and accurate copies of that initial video download footage that you provided to the school district itself?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would move to admit States Exhibits 114 through 120.
Mr. Kading, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry, any objection? 114 through 120 shall be admitted.
May I retrieve those and publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to start with the States Exhibit 118. Ms. Wolfmeyer, I'm going to play it first and then ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
And so States Exhibit 118, actually I'm going to ask you some questions before we start the initial play. When this first came up, was a camera identified, a camera associated with it identified? Did you see that block pop up at the bottom? I'll pause.
It's okay. Thank you.
I'll come back and ask that question again. First of all, what is depicted in 68-4-2?
This is Timberline High School's parking lot. This camera is angled back towards the school. The school would be in the upper right-hand corner, but you can't see it because of the trees. And then you can see Mullen up on the upper left-hand corner.
And when you say Mullen, you mean Mullen Road?
Yes.
Okay. And about how long is this video itself, do you recall? Or can you tell from this?
22 minutes?
So is that the 22:49 in the bottom right-hand corner?
Yeah, from maybe far away. I can.
That's okay, down here where this cursor is? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm gonna start it and then I may pause it and move forward and I'll make a note of that, okay?
Okay.
Starting it at the beginning. Just to be clear, is there any audio associated with these cameras?
No.
Okay. I'm pausing at 1:51. There it goes. Nope. There, pause at 1:59. Ms. Waltermeyer, why did you initially capture this, this camera?
This camera shows Mr. Ollie's truck pulling into the parking space.
Okay, and I'm gonna move the camera forward to about 9 minutes. And I'll make that note when I get there. So I've stopped at 9:19, and I'm restarting it at 9:19. And I'm pausing it at 9:45. Ms. Waltermeyer, did you recognize any of the individuals, students walking through that scene?
Yes, that was
And I am restarting it at 9:45. I'm pausing it at 9:34. Mrs. Waltermeyer.
You said 9:34, it's 11:34.
Thank you, Your Honor, 11:34. Mrs. Waltermeyer, did the truck that you previously referred to as identifying as Mr. Ali's, did that vehicle move?
Yes, it did.
Okay, what is next to the location where the vehicle relocated to?
The city bus stop.
Okay. And does it appear Mr. Ali is getting out of his vehicle at 11:34?
It does.
Restarting that. And then pausing it at 12 minutes, 12:01 actually, and I'll move it forward to about 22 minutes. And during the course of this, would you say that this is a normal amount of traffic, school traffic?
Yes, this would be a normal school ending of the day traffic wise.
So picking up at 22:03. And what has just occurred at approximately 22:15 in the video?
Police have, there's police present at Timberline High School.
Does that appear to be the first, at least, video indication of police arriving?
Yes, from this camera angle.
Okay. And do you recognize excuse me, you stopped it at, it went through to 22:49. Do you decide when to start and stop that camera? Meaning what sections to capture, essentially?
Yes,
Was there anything from your recollection after that regarding those individuals that you observed? Meaning, did that appear to be the sum of this camera's capturing of those events? Students, Fatima. And next, I'm going to show you things Exhibit 114, which is camera 68-1. And are each of these files individually labeled as well?
yes,
And this is approximately an hour-long footage, is that correct?
yes.
And what scene is this capture?
This is a camera angled in the parking lot of Timberline High School, like towards Mullen Road. And then up in the far left, it captures Mrs. Ali and Haneen Ali running through the parking lot.
Okay, so a little after 30 seconds, you observed Haneen and Mrs. Ali arriving and running through the parking lot, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you see during the course of that the IT bus showing up at the top of that screen as well?
Yes.
And when we say at the very top, are we talking this upper right-hand side here where Mullen Road?
Yeah, that is Mullen Road, and the IT bus, or the city bus stop, is right where those trees are.
Okay, so at the very beginning, the bus comes through, then you see Mrs. Ali and Haneen coming into the scene, is that correct?
Correct.
And will this footage eventually show law enforcement arriving and fire trucks arriving as well? Do you recall?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I'm going to move it forward to about 58 minutes. Are you familiar with I'm hitting pause at 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Are you familiar with Haneen and Mrs. Ali's vehicle that they arrived in that day, if you know?
Yes, I'm familiar with it. I had watched footage earlier in the day and captured footage earlier in the day of the vehicle dropping off Nora Ali and Nora.
Okay. And I'm got at 58 5427, I have the footage paused. Do you see Mrs. Ali and Haneen Ali in this footage?
I do.
And do you see the vehicle that you've previously described them walking toward?
Yes.
And where is that footage in terms of this this photograph? Or, I mean, it's the video, but in terms of the screen, upper right, center, lower, somewhere else. Upper
Where?
left. How would you describe their location on the screen?
Oh, mid left, upper left corner.
I'm going to start it at 5427. And do you see where Mrs. Ali and Haneen Ali have gone in this video?
They have entered the vehicle. They're sitting inside the vehicle.
Thank you. I'm going to pause it at 5613, and I'll move it forward. 5710, do you see what's depicted in 5710?
Lacey fire truck is leaving.
And as we move that camera forward to 5805, what is happening in 5805? Actually, I'm going to pause it and back it up about 15 seconds. I'm backing it up to 5732. What is happening in 5732? Restarting the video at 5732.
Mrs. Ali, well, the car is moved, and Mrs. Ali is getting out of the car and is in the parking lot.
And has that vehicle, that Foxy style vehicle, stopped in this portion of the video while we're still waiting?
Yes, it has.
What color is that vehicle? For the
Silver.
record.
Silver.
Yeah, is there any other coloring on that vehicle besides silver?
Yeah, silver and black.
Thank you. Does that vehicle appear to be running at this point in the video?
Yes, it does.
And we're right at about 5921.
Yes.
Still playing. What is happening now in that video?
It appears that Mr. Ollie's truck is moving, and now the car that Haneen is driving is moving.
Is that the same vehicle that you had captured at the beginning of State's Exhibit? I believe it was 118.
Yes.
Okay. And that is completed? Showing you State's Exhibit 119. This is camera 67-4. And what scene is here? Where is this camera angle from?
This is in the parking lot, a little bit closer to the school building than the previous cameras. It's angled towards the ball fields, and you can kind of see Mullen Road off to the right. That's where the line of cars is.
Is that where the bus stop location area would be as well, on that line of cars at the upper right-hand side?
Yes. And then towards the left is the school, the gym area of the school.
And what do you see depicted at this point of the video? We're right at about 47 seconds.
In the upper right-hand corner is Fatima and I jogging towards the school.
Is there anyone coming behind them?
Yeah, following them is Mrs. Ali and Haneen.
How long is this video in total?
2.5 minutes.
2 minutes and 24 seconds, is that
Yeah,
accurate?
I can't actually see it from.
That's okay.
Okay.
About 2.5 minutes.
About 2.5.
Only about 20 seconds. Mrs. Waltermeyer, on the upper left-hand side is a series of crosswalks. Do you see those?
Yes.
Earlier, we watched a video of the students, Fatima and thank you. Earlier, we saw the students, Fatima and Isaiah, walking across a section of cross-sectional crosswalks. Is that the same one that we see in this State's Exhibit 119?
Yes.
Okay, just from the other side of it?
Yes, from the other side of it.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 120. And this video is approximately 2 minutes and 55 seconds, or not approximately, it is 2 minutes and 55 seconds, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, what area is being depicted of the school here?
This is a camera from the front of the school. It's a little bit off-centered from the front of the school, and you see Fatima and to the front of the school building.
And what, is there a sign depicted in this scene?
Our Timberline campus expectations, yeah.
So is that sign, is there a Timberline High School sign at the front of the property?
Yes.
And the sign that says Timberline, indicating that's Timberline High School and the campus expectations Expectations, is that the sign? Did an individual just run through the video?
Yes, that was Mrs. Ali.
Did Mrs. Ali just run past that campus expectation sign?
Yes, she did.
Mrs. Waltermeyer, we're at about 2 minutes and 28 seconds in. Did you recognize anyone that just came across the screen a moment ago and is returning to the screen now?
Yes, that's Mrs. Ali.
What is in the direction of where Mrs. Ali just came from? When we earlier watched, is it fair to say Mrs. Ali walked and followed the students essentially to the bottom of the screen? Do you recall that?
Yes, so she followed Fatima and back into the building.
So what is in the direction?
I'm sorry, the exhibit has finished playing to its conclusion.
Thank you. And what is in the direction of, are the front doors in the direction of the way we initially watched everyone essentially enter the scene?
Yes.
When we saw Mrs. Ali return, did she come back from the same direction or did she come from a different direction? Meaning, did she come from the bottom of the screen or did she come from the side of the screen?
She came from the side of the screen.
Are there different entrances at the side of the screen?
There is.
Okay, can you tell me about those, please?
Yeah, so there's 2 front doors, or a whole section of front doors, and then there's a side door that students, or we use to go down to the gym. Everybody exits the front doors out to the parking lot usually, and the side door is for access to the gym and other buildings.
Okay. Playing States Exhibit 116. And this video is about 1 minute and 39 seconds. And where are we looking at here? What area is this?
This is the front of the building, so those are the front doors. We see Fatima.
I paused it at 10 seconds. And what do we see?
We see Fatima coming in, and not quite in full view is Isaiah.
And do you recognize anyone on the upper right-hand side of this video?
Yes.
Those individuals?
Yes. Up to the upper right is Miss.
Which one is Mr.
Sure.
Okay, resuming play at 10 seconds. And where did Fatima just go in this video?
She entered the front school office.
And what about following her? Where did that student, Isaiah, go?
Isaiah went into the office.
And what just occurred on the video at about 30-ish seconds?
Mr.
And what is occurring now at about 45 seconds?
Mrs. Ali entered the school building and front office.
And is this part of the area from which you had previously trespassed her?
Yes.
Did she have the permission of the school or the district to be in the building or on the property on that day?
No.
For the purpose of the record, are there still students, other students, unrelated to these events, depicted in this video?
Yes.
Are there after-school activities for which you would expect students to still be around after 2 p.m.?
Yeah.
And what's happening now in the video?
Mrs. Ali is leaving the building.
And that was at about 1:35 into the video, is that correct?
Yes.
And that video played to completion?
She was asking you that question.
Oh, yes, sorry.
That's
I
okay.
thought that was a statement.
That's okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 117. And I'm going to pause it for a moment at 4 seconds. This minute is about 3 minutes and 16, or is 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Is that correct in total?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, do you recognize any individuals? What are we looking at? What area are we looking at here?
This is our front office, and we're looking at Miss and then Miss.
Are you, it's July, is it fair to say most of the school is currently on vacation?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm restarting it at 4 seconds. And I'm pausing it right at 23 seconds. What did we just observe in the video?
We observed Fatima and Denise. We're walking Fatima back to the back office area.
And did you see the other student, Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. Was that behind Fatima, just like you saw in the prior video?
Yes, he entered behind her.
Just to be clear, are these the same double doors or the doors to the front office that we watched in just the prior video? Essentially, is this just a carry-on of that same timeline?
It is a carry-on. Those are the same doors.
Okay. I'm restarting it at 23 seconds. Who is that speaking, do you know?
That works for True North. That's on site.
And who is depicted now in the video?
Mrs. Ali.
And this is in the front office, still on the school grounds, is that correct?
It is.
Where everybody has disappeared off the video, what's on the other side of the bottom left-hand side of that video?
2 wood fire doors are over there. And I believe what happened is that they got closed and were being held.
And we're at about 1 minute and 24 seconds. Was Mrs. Ali depicted in the video between that time she entered that you said and minute and 24 seconds?
Yes.
And has she now left as of about 1:24? Has she left that office?
Yes.
ending that video at 1:47. And playing States Exhibit 115. And what view is States Exhibit 115?
This is the side doors. So there's the front doors and there's a door that exits to the breezeway.
And this is about 1 minute and 35 seconds for this video, is that correct?
Yes.
And we're at about 18 seconds in, 20 seconds. What is depicted in this video?
Mrs. Ollie has left, and there's doors over to the side that enter the side office area. It looks like she's walking over that way. Mr. Dean just walked out.
And when you say Mr. Dean, are you talking about the individual in the white sleeves at the upper left-hand side?
Yes.
Okay. Who just walked out of the double doors on the bottom right-hand side? And is that just to the right of the center in this video, is there a sign indicated?
Yes.
Is that same campus expectation sign that we saw in the prior video?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see Mrs. Ali, has she left by the end of that video?
She has left.
Okay, down that same walkway upon which she entered?
The crosswalk walkway, yes.
Yeah, okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Kinley, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 106 to 112. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment, and then look up at me when you're done. Ms. Waltermeyer, do you, excuse me, Ms. Waltermeyer, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
Okay, and what are those?
Pictures or still shots of the cameras we just reviewed.
Okay, and based on the, for each of those exhibits, States Exhibits 106 through 112, you indicated they're still shots. Do each of those exhibits have a cover sheet associated with them?
Yes.
And what does the cover sheet identify?
The camera and the shot. It says THS camera 68-4-2 shots.
Is that consistent then for each of the individual cameras identifying the cameras?
Yes.
Okay. Is that, are the cameras individually identified on the photo themselves or only on the cover sheet?
Only on the cover sheet.
Okay. And based on your review of both your knowledge of your own camera system, the videos that we just watched, do those appear to be true and accurate copies or still shots from those videos we just watched and accurately identified by the camera themselves via the cover sheet?
Yes.
Okay. Now at this time, the state would move to admit States Exhibits 106 through 112.
Mr. Keating, any objection? Mr. O'Leary? 106 through 112 shall be admitted.
May I retrieve those and publish them?
You may.
Ms. Waltermeyer, we're not going to go through all of the photos, but I do want to just go through a handful of them, okay?
Yes.
Starting first with States Exhibit 106. Just that cover sheet that you have previously identified, is that correct?
Yes.
And so what is the information contained on States Exhibit 106 on that cover sheet?
It says THS cam 68-4-2 shots.
And is that the THS cam 68-4-2, is that how the camera is named? We talked about camera names earlier, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so is this the showing you page 1, as it's notated at the very bottom right-hand side of each of these photos within a packet of States Exhibit 106? What are we looking at in this photograph?
We are looking at the Timberline High School parking lot and Mr. Ollie's truck coming into the parking lot.
And what time is indicated that this video is essentially paused at in that?
11 seconds.
Okay. And is that at the bottom left-hand side?
It is.
And does that runner, like we talked about from the video, does that runner at the bottom correspond to the video itself and the elapsed time essentially from that video?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you States Exhibit 107. Which camera is this, ma'am?
68-1, THS camera 68-1.
And which camera angle or set of footage does this apply to?
This is Timberline campus parking lot, and this camera is pointing towards Mullen Road in the ball fields.
Okay, and do you see what time or about how long is this camera, if you can tell? Is this about an hour long, 59-ish minutes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What is depicted in the very, right at the beginning of the camera, or excuse me, beginning of the footage at 00, what's depicted in the very top left?
That's this inner city transit bus.
And I apologize, I said top left, top center. Is that the inner city transit bus? Is that what you said?
Yes, that is.
Okay.
And I'm not certain if it was indicated for this exhibit. This is page 1 of the exhibit. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, yes, Your Honor. It is page 1 of the exhibit. And each of these exhibits has multiple pages, is that correct?
Yes.
So, and those are all indicated on the bottom left, bottom left hand, or right hand corner, I don't know my right from my left. Bottom right hand corner, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Showing you States Exhibit 108. Which camera angle is this?
This is THS camera 67-4.
Okay. And what angle are we looking at here?
This is a camera.
I apologize. Showing you page 1 of that States Exhibit 108. What are we looking at in page 1?
This is a camera closer to the school in the Timberline parking lot.
Can you see if anyone is indicated up here and towards the upper right-hand side?
Yeah, that is Fatima. And
The elapsed time at the bottom, if you can see.
I can't see it from this angle.
That's okay. Is it a little less than halfway into this footage that is about 2 minutes and 24 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. And showing you page 2 of that exhibit, is that Fatima and?
Yes.
Okay. And page 3 of that footage, do you see who's depicted on page 3 of that footage at about 1 minute and 6 seconds?
Yes, that's Mrs. Ali and Haneen.
Okay. Just to be clear, is this parking lot part of school campus?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Showing you States Exhibit 109. What footage is this of, ma'am?
This is THS camera 54-2.
Okay. Showing you page 1 of that. This is the 2 minute and 55 second video that we previously watched. It's paused, or there's a shot at about 12 seconds. What is depicted at about 12 seconds on page 1?
This is the front of the school, Fatima, and at the top right.
Showing you page 2. What's depicted in page 2?
Front of the school, Fatima still in the top right, walking towards the front of the school.
Is Fatima facing forward in this, or is she facing a different direction?
She's looking over her shoulder.
What about on page 3? What are we looking at page 3 that appears to be at about 20 seconds into the video?
We are looking at Fatima, and it appears to be them running.
Is that past that same campus expectation sign we've been talking about?
Yes, it is.
Showing you page 5 of that same exhibit. What are we looking at on page 5?
Mrs. Ali walking up towards the front of the school.
Page 6. What are we looking at page 6?
Mrs. Ali in front of the campus expectation sign.
Is that at approximately 2:19 into this video?
Yes.
Okay. And is that on page 7 of this exhibit at about 2:22 into this video? Is Mrs. Ali still featured?
Yes, she is.
And page 8 at 2:24, is Mrs. Ali still present?
Yes, she is.
Showing you States Exhibit 11. What is States Exhibit 11 in?
That's THS camera 17-3 in the office. Or sorry, outside of the office, front of the school.
And page 1, what are we looking at?
We are looking at Fatima entering and their students present and the admin that were there that day along with the teacher in the top right corner.
Okay, and is that the same grouping that we were talking about before with Mr. Dean? And at the upper, just left of center in the top hand side, who do we see there?
Fatima, and behind her is I.
Moving to page 4, what are we looking at on page 4?
Mr. Running to the front office.
Okay, and that's over here on the left-hand side, upper left-hand side where my finger is. Is that where that office, those front doors to that office?
Yes.
Okay. And page 6 at about 45 seconds in to this video, who, if anyone, is depicted in this screenshot?
Mrs. Ali in the upper left-hand corner.
Thank you. States Exhibit 111. And what is this one again?
THS camera 15 office shots.
And what are we looking at on page 1?
We are looking at the front office and Miss there, and it looks like Fatima third.
Okay, and we're at about 10 seconds in, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And this video is about 3 minutes and 16 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. Is it hard to see from where you are?
It is.
Okay. And at 11 seconds, still page 2, same individuals depicted, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Page 3, what is Miss Kinley doing in page 3 at about 12 seconds in?
Miss Kinley is leaving her desk area to come around to Fatima.
All right, y'all, we about to switch over because I didn't actually realize that the murder trial was going to begin today. So this is a trial down in Florida, y'all. All these rappers down there going to jail because they all got some type of gang affiliation, y'all. And in this particular trial, his daddy is actually going to be testifying against him. So he has, and this one is also linked to Julio and Ace and Young too, y'all. So I think they are brothers. They are brothers. One brother used to run with Julio and one used to run with Ace and Hood. I can't tell you which one. Hopefully we find out during the trial. But this particular trial, the daddy is testifying, they say, against the son. So I know we tired of the Ali trial. You know, we ready for them to wrap that thing up. So we can circle back around when they get the closing arguments. But I didn't know that this was happening today. I thought this trial was starting on Monday. So now that I know that it's on, we're about to watch this. And it is hot, girl. It's 100 degrees today. I'm about to take these kids to the pool.
This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Now, before proceeding further, it may be helpful for you to understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. And an opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the attorneys say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to this witness stand in the middle of the courtroom to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys, and documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make their final arguments to you. And following those arguments by the attorneys, then the court will instruct you on the law that is applicable to this case. After those instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all the evidence, the arguments of the attorneys, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss this case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, about this case again. And no communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any words or information about this case. And if you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, you must please notify court personnel of the violation. Now, during the course of the trial, the court will take recesses both during the day and, of course, overnight, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss this case with anyone, nor allow anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, immediately leave that person and report the matter to one of my bailiffs, who will then notify me. If he or she persists, then likewise notify my bailiff, who will notify me. In addition, you cannot have any cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices in this courtroom. You may use these devices during recesses, of course, but even then you must not use your cell phone or
that unfolded on May it please the court?
Yes.
Counsel? We are all gathered here today because of a murderous plot that unfolded on January 15th, 2020. A wicked, premeditated murder, a vile scheme that was birthed by a specific group of co-defendants. Individuals who collectively, consciously, and callously worked together to ensure January 15th, 2020 was the day 23-year-old Charles McCormick died. The murder of Charles McCormick was personal. It was thought out. And it was brazenly executed in broad daylight without any fear of accountability. Why? Why did this group of co-defendants think they could exert such violence with impunity? The answer to that question comes down specifically to who was involved. Because this was not just any group of co-defendants. This was not a group of strangers. This was a group of individuals who knew one another, were close to one another, that were family. Every single one of them that participated in this crime were members of ATK, a local rap group. All but one of them were related by blood. This was a crime committed by family. The names of the guilty: Hakeem Robinson, who's sitting right here, whose nickname is Kimi to his family, Queso, his rap name. Leroy Whitaker, a co-defendant sitting before him, a cousin, whose nickname is Scotty. Dominique Barner, whose nickname is Butta, their friend, their co-defendant. The only one not related to the others by blood. But he might as well have been, because for years, they have known Barner. For years, they have accepted him. For years, he is one of them. Abdul Robinson Jr., nicknamed Kareem K. Crazy, Hakeem Robinson's biological brother. Hakeem Robinson's mother and Leroy Whitaker's father are siblings. Abdul Robinson Jr., Hakeem's biological brother, Leroy Whitaker's cousin, and Torrigon Williams, another cousin, also played a role in this crime. After the murder of Charles McCormick was completed by Dominique Barner, Hakeem Robinson, and Leroy Whitaker, and they had to flee what they three had just accomplished, their premeditated murder of Charles McCormick, Abdul Robinson Sr., nicknamed Blue, also got involved. That is Hakeem Robinson's father, and he had to come to the rescue of Hakeem Robinson's cousin, Leroy Whitaker, and their friend and their co-defendant, Dominique Barner, because Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker, after fleeing with Hakeem Robinson from the murder, trying to escape the police, crashing their car, Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker went one way, Hakeem Robinson went another. And Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker found themselves trapped in a house that Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker broke into to escape the police that were looking for all three of them, trying to avoid getting caught, avoiding accountability for the murder they just committed in broad daylight. And because Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker were trapped, Abdul Robinson Sr. had to come pick them up. He picked them up and drove Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker away from that home, away from the police, and it was during that ride that he found out exactly what happened. But he continued to help them and drove them away, and for his actions, he's been charged with accessory after the fact. Throughout history, one common truth has been shared by every person who has drawn breath in this world. There is a day you are born and a day you die. And between those two moments, the life that unfolds, uniquely shaped by one's choices and one's actions. Some of those choices are more profound than others, some actions more impactful. But when a group of individuals, even a family, when they come together and intentionally commit a violent crime, a murder, shattering the laws we all share, there must be accountability. And it is precisely for that very reason that in this courtroom, today, 5 years later, Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker are sitting before you. And at this moment in the trial, with them, though unseen, are two simple but essential questions. Questions that the state will answer for you with the evidence. And those 2 questions, which you can write down, where were they? And what did they do on January 15th, 2020? Simple questions. Where were they and what did they do? But those simple questions for Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker have terrifying answers. Answers that they are desperate to keep hidden from each and every one of you. The truth can be a funny thing. Sometimes, the more out of desperation you try to suppress it, the more the guilty fight and rail against each and every aspect of it, the more obvious it becomes. For example, and I want you to hear these despicable words, let them sink in, because these are the words of Hakeem Robinson. Kill a nigga, then go get my toes done. Kill a nigga, then go get my toes done. Those are his words that he attached to a video he took of himself as he sat in a chair in a nail salon getting a pedicure. Just a couple days after running Charles McCormick down on foot and executing him. You're going to see that video. You're going to read his words. You're going to see his tired feet. And when you look at that video, when you see him, when you see his words telling you what he did, believe it. And let that image, his answer to both of you, all of you, about what he did, sear your collective memories. On January 15th of 2020, these 2 co-defendants, they shared a motive, they shared a goal, and for their deeds, they will forever share guilt. What was their undoing? What has brought them here before all of you today? Simply, the combination of arrogance, mistakes, and bad luck. For justice's sake, thankfully, the murder of Charles McCormick was captured on video. Thankfully, these 2 co-defendants in particular left a trail of overwhelming and inescapable evidence in their violent, chaotic wake. Evidence that is much like an avalanche, quickly gaining momentum until that evidence ultimately and unavoidably catches up and buries all doubt in this case. So what kind of evidence are you going to hear? Are you going to see? Evidence in virtually every form imaginable. You're going to see evidence, you're going to hear evidence directly related to the motive in this case, because it was a personal motive, and we'll talk about that in a moment. You're going to see the video of the murder, and that video is a powerful piece of evidence, because not only does it capture the murder, it also captures the vehicle that was used by Dominic Barner, Hakeem Robinson, and Leroy Whitaker when they committed this crime, a stolen Nissan Altima. And you will see that vehicle on video. And there will be no doubt that that vehicle was occupied by the people who committed this crime. And that vehicle was collected, well, evidence inside it was collected immediately after this crime, immediately after they fled from committing the murder from the police. And that car crashed. And inside it, amongst the items that were collected, DNA evidence. DNA evidence for Leroy Whitaker and Hakeem Robinson. Fingerprint evidence for Hakeem Robinson. DNA fingerprints forever tethering them to that car, to their crimes. You will also see on that video of the murder exactly what the shooter was wearing. And I want you to pay particular attention to it because this is a video, not a still photograph. You'll get to see the whole thing. And you will see that the shooter was wearing a two-tone hoodie, gray chest, dark black arms, black hoodie pulled up over his head. And I want you to take note of that because you will see that same hoodie in photographs and videos wrapped around Hakeem Robinson's guilty body. You will see the distinct firearm that he carried when he committed that murder, when he pulled the trigger. And you will see that same firearm in another video in Hakeem Robinson's hands. Not for entertainment. He used it for murder on January 15, 2020. You also will be presented with call records showing communication amongst these co-defendants and cell site location information, placing Leroy Whitaker, placing Hakeem Robinson where they should not have been, placing them where the guilty. You will see social media posts in addition to the nail salon video that we've already talked about. Another video posted to Hakeem Robinson's Instagram account just a couple days after the murder. A video of Charles McCormick rapping a song. But when you get to Charles McCormick in the video and you see his face, what's added? Hand emojis with the text, bye-bye. And then that's followed up by the nail salon video that we've discussed, where he needed to get his toes done. What I want you to remember, because there is going to be so much evidence in this case against both defendants, so many different types of evidence, that it's much like a puzzle. While they're powerful on their own, independently, when you put them together, and they come together so easily, so intuitively, when you put these pieces together, you will be presented with the truth of January 15, 2020. And that will be a picture showing each and every one of you who committed this crime. And what will be staring back at you will be the crystal clear pictures of Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker, just as clear as if you were to turn your gaze over there at this very moment. One of the key pieces of evidence that exists, as I have said, is the video recording of this murder. That video recording exists because Victor Kruger, a citizen, has nothing to do with this, just happened to have a dash cam in his truck, and just happened to be parked at the right place at the right time. That video is completely independent, wholly unbiased, and incapable of lying. It just captured what happened in high definition for each and every one of you to see. And so, when you watch that video, I want you to trust your eyes. Because again, it's not a single photo, it is a video that shows in detail as Hakeem Robinson, who is the shooter in this case, tracked Charles McCormick down on foot and executed him. Now, that video, essentially it's going to be a time machine, transporting each and every one of you individually and collectively back 5 years. That's how long ago this was. 5 years. Placing you in the position Victor Krueger found himself when he witnessed Charles McCormick's final terror-filled seconds on this earth. But you will get to watch that video from the safety of this courtroom. And I want to be very clear. This is a crime that happened 5 years ago, so when you watch that video, you're going to see the shooter looked like 5 years ago. Not today. Today doesn't matter. It was 5 years ago. This video is going to be very, very powerful, and I want you to pay attention to it, but I do want to be clear about one thing. Based on the location of the camera, it does not capture the shooter's face. Just didn't. But it's okay, it didn't have to. It captured more than enough detail that that video, along with all of the other evidence in this case, will make it crystal clear that that individual was Hakeem Robinson. I don't expect that there will be any debate that what happened to Charles McCormick on that video is anything other than first-degree murder. I don't believe that will be a debate. The only question in this case for you to decide who's responsible. That is it. Bringing us back to those two very simple questions. Where were they and what did they do? What was the motive? Why did this crime take place? To fully understand that, why the crime took place, and the significance of the day, you have to know what happened exactly 1 year prior, on January 15th, 2019. On January 15th, 2019, Willie Addison, whose rap name is Boss Goon, was in a vehicle with family when shots rang out. Willie Addison was struck and ultimately died as a result of his injuries. But he wasn't the only one in the vehicle. Also inside the vehicle on January 15, 2019, Abdul Robinson Sr., Hakeem's father, because you see, Willie Addison was Abdul Robinson Sr.'s stepson. He raised him as his own son. Willie Addison, Hakeem Robinson's brother. Also in that vehicle, Abdul Robinson Jr., Hakeem's other brother, Leroy Whitaker's cousin, and Abdul Robinson Jr. was struck in the head. He survived, but he suffered lasting effects that would prevent him from running down his target a year later, physical limitations that Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker did not share. Also in the vehicle, Torgon Williams, their cousin, and a couple of others. And while it is true that neither Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, or Dominique Barner were in the car when those shots rang out on January 15, 2019, it doesn't matter, because it was still their family in that car. It was their family whose blood was spilled. Physical injuries sometimes can heal. Physical pain can diminish. But memories, a vendetta, that lasts someone's lifetime. Now, I want want to be very, very clear. Charles McCormick was not involved in the shooting of Willie Addison or anyone else in that vehicle. Wasn't involved. Charles McCormick's sin, what made him a target, was that he was affiliated with people who are part of another local rap group, Sixth Block. And Sixth Block and ATK are rivals. They don't like each other. They hate each other. And one of the traditions of both groups is producing rap music, drill rap, diss songs, songs that make fun of or talk disrespectfully about members of their ops, the other group, who have been shot and killed. So following that tradition, Charles McCormick in 2019 put out a song, and that song referenced the shooting of Willie Addison. And as you can imagine, that is not something that either Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, or their family were happy about. So Charles McCormick became a target, an easy target. He's the ops. This was about sending a message. Because not only was it personal, but it's about respect. And we aren't going to let our ops sing songs like that, not about our family. That is why Charles McCormick was targeted. So on January 15, 2020, 1 year anniversary of Willie Addison's death, Charles McCormick walked out of his apartment on Atlantic Boulevard, made his way to his car, and then drove to Express Employment, a temp agency located on the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza. And he went there because he had just been selected for a new job. Charles McCormick needed to get the details to start that new job. But when he drove there, he had no idea that in a Nissan Altima, he was being stalked by Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, and their good friend Dominique Barner, who was driving both of them, pursuing Charles McCormick from his apartment complex all the way up to the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza. And they pulled in, and they saw that Charles McCormick parked his car and had walked into Express Employment. So what did they do? They waited. Hakeem Robinson with his X-Star model rifle, Leroy Whitaker with his AR-15 rifle, both loaded, rounds chambered, ready to fire, because the plan at that point was when Charles McCormick walks out, Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker will jump out of that stolen Nissan Altima with their rifles and gun him down. And Dominique Barner, their friend, will pick them up and drive them out of there. But they had to wait. And they had to wait. And as they waited, Dominique Barner decided it was better to reposition their vehicle. And so he was actually able to drive over to where Charles McCormick parked and pulled into a parking space behind Charles McCormick's car and just over to the left. And that is where they waited. And then, just around 11 a.m. that morning, a Wednesday morning, Charles McCormick finished inside. He got a red folder with the paperwork and the details so he could start his new job. And with that red folder in his hand, he said his goodbyes. This Saunders, who owned that agency at the time, was a friend of his grandmother. Said goodbye to her and opened the door outside. When Charles McCormick did that, all he had in his hand was that red folder. And that red folder represented the promise of employment and the hope of a future filled with false hope. He began to take his fateful steps towards the parking lot, not knowing who and what was waiting for him. So, for a few seconds, the bright light of the morning sun warmed his skin, saturated his eyes, and fresh air filled his optimistic lungs. For a few seconds, Charles had no idea he would never get to start that new job. There would be no more birthdays to celebrate. He wouldn't see or talk to his mother again. He had no idea there were seconds left to believe in a tomorrow. Seconds left in his young life. And then, in an instant, that all changed. Because Hakeem Robinson got excited and jumped out of that Nissan Altima early. He didn't wait for Charles McCormick to make it back to his car, where he was going to then hop out and shoot him so he could easily drive away. Couldn't wait, he got too excited. And so he hopped out early and chased Charles McCormick down on foot. And when he got out of that car, you will see in the video, again, two-tone hoodie, gray chest, dark black arms, dark hood pulled up over his head, not out of shame, but an attempt to conceal as much of his recognizable face as possible. In his hands, an X-Star model AR rifle pistol, because it's got a very short stock, so it's easier to control. And I want you, again, to remember that, because you're going to see that same rifle again in a video in his hands. And that rifle was chambered in .223 caliber. And with that rifle in Hakeem Robinson's hands, his eyes locked onto Charles McCormick, their prey, the reason that they were there, his finger caressed the metal trigger to his rifle. But that wasn't just a piece of metal. On that morning, that trigger represented the power of life and death for Hakeem Robinson, for his co-defendants, for the plan that they came up with to murder Charles McCormick. And so intentionally, deliberately, Charles McCormick, as he tried to run away, Hakeem Robinson pulled the trigger. And when he pulled that trigger, a deafening sound thundered through the air as the gunpowder inside the chambered .223 caliber round ignited, propelling his round, their will, out of his barrel at thousands of feet per second. Charles McCormick did not stand a chance. And as he turned to run, first back towards Express Employment, and then around the building on the sidewalk, he barely made it that far before he was struck by one of those rounds and fell to the ground. Hakeem Robinson, his hunter, designated executioner, never stopped pursuing, and he was on him in seconds. This entire lasted about 10 seconds or less. He's on top of him with his rifle pointed at Charles McCormick. He's on the ground, injured, unarmed, defenseless, in need of some mercy. But there would be no mercy. Not on January 15, 2020, not on Willie's day. So, without mercy, and to fulfill the plan, the murder that they collectively came up with and were participating in, Hakeem Robinson pulled the trigger over and over and over and over again. And each and every pull of that trigger resulted in hot metal tearing in to Charles McCormick's body. Hot metal slashing open his flesh. Hot metal ripping through his muscles. Hot metal blowing open his skull. Flesh, brain matter, even teeth were sent flying through the air. Tissue, blood, metal fragments, and ejected shell casings left littering the ground. 23 years of life undone in an instant. That paper folder that just a few seconds ago Charles thought meant he had a future, obsolete, meaningless, discarded, on the ground, soaking in his blood. It took Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, co-defendants, less than 10 violent-filled seconds to turn the cold, concrete slab beneath Charles's body into an unpeaceful resting place, forever stained with Charles' blood and forever stained with their guilt for what they did. You were going to see that unfold on that video. But what you will also see is that after that murder was completed, and Hakeem Robinson got back into the passenger side of that Nissan Altima, a stolen car, so it couldn't be connected back to them, driven by Dominique Varner, they took off. They sped away from their guilt, trying to outrun it. But unfortunately for them, they didn't just have a dash cam video from Victor Krueger. Because this was a shopping plaza, at the other end was a Publix. And coming out of the Publix was an officer, Officer Collins. And Officer Collins heard the gunfire. Now he's a great distance off at the other end of that shopping plaza, but he hears the gunfire and he looks over and he sees that two-tone hoodie individual with a rifle hopping back into that Nissan Altima on the passenger side. Now, from where he was positioned, he didn't see Charles McCormick. He didn't know that he had been shot or that he had been killed, but he heard shots. Knew something bad happened. That the individual with that rifle was getting into that Nissan Altima and taking off. So he got into his patrol car and tried to get behind it. And he followed that Nissan Altima as it pulled out of the shopping plaza onto Merrill Road, heading back towards Townsend. Officer Collins pursued it. Dominique Varner was driving. Leroy Whitaker, Hakeem Robinson still in that Nissan with their guns. And Dominique Varner, trying to get all of them out of there, drove at a high rate of speed, reaching speeds of approximately 100 miles an hour, driving recklessly, turning onto Townsend, going into a residential neighborhood. So Officer Collins is trying to keep up, activates his lights and sirens, but they're not stopping. And he radios other officers for assistance. And as he's trying to maintain a visual on their car that they are in, he notices that the Nissan Altima is going to Townsend and it blows through an intersection at Townsend and Lone Star. And that's where he loses visual. But just as he's losing visual of that Nissan Altima, another officer is radioing, hey, I'm down Townsend, I got it. So another officer has visual of that car and begins pursuing it, ultimately down Alderman, which is right off Townsend. Officer Collins, once he gets to the intersection where he lost him, turns onto Lone Star, essentially traveling parallel to the other officer and that Nissan Altima that he's hearing over the radio. And as he is traveling parallel, he hears over the radio that that Nissan Altima has abruptly stopped and turned around. Speeding back, gets around the other officer, heading back towards Townsend. So Officer Collins does the same thing. He stops. He turns around and starts heading back. And once he gets from Lone Star down to that intersection of Townsend, he looks to the left, and further down Townsend, great distance from where he is at, he sees that same Nissan Altima pop back out, trying to get out of there, trying to escape, and so he is trying to catch up. But it's also a little after 11 a.m. on a Wednesday in a residential neighborhood, so he's having to pay attention to his surroundings. And as he's driving to catch up, still from a great distance back, that Nissan Altima crashes. And when it crashes, based on where Officer Collins is at in his vehicle, still a good distance back, he notices one individual get out and run east towards the house that they crashed in front of, and another wearing that two-tone hoodie with a rifle, who you will know is Hakeem Robinson, goes west towards another house in the direction of Belmead. So Officer Collins continues to drive, eventually making it up to that area where he stops his car, gets out, draws his weapon, because he's going to go after the person who had the rifle. But he only saw the person with the rifle for a couple seconds as he darted across the street, as he's driving from way back. So he cautiously approaches the house where that individual ran, and then there's a fence. And when he gets to the fence, he sees for about a second that individual in the two-tone hoodie clearing the backyard fence. Never sees him again. Doesn't get close to him. You will see that person as they dart across Belmead, because it was captured on a video from a house on a Ring doorbell, wearing that same two-tone hoodie. Officer Collins radios to other officers direction of travel so they can try and find him, but they don't. And he goes back to that Nissan Altima to secure it, make sure any evidence inside it could be collected. Based on where he was at when that Nissan crashed, he completely missed that there was a third person in the car. But we know that there are 3 people in the car. So on many different types of evidence that you will see in this trial. But one is video surveillance. Because just as the shooter, Hakeem Robinson, is running across Belmead, west, another house, east, has video surveillance of 2 individuals running through the backyard. And those 2 individuals, you will come to know, based on the evidence, are Leroy Whitaker and Dominique Barner. They, just like Hakeem Robinson, were desperate to escape what they had done. Unlike Hakeem Robinson, they left their firearms behind in that Nissan Altima. Then, what happens next doesn't have anything to do really with Hakeem Robinson. It has more to do with Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker. Only it shows how desperate all 3 of them were to get away from the murder they were all too willing to commit. Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker made their way to the backyard of a home located further down Townsend. 1033 Townsend. A home that 57-year-old Barbara Buckley lived in. along with her husband. But that morning, her husband had gone to work. She was home alone. So she thought. However, what she did not know in that moment was that Leroy Whitaker and Dominique Varner had made their way in her backyard because the police are in the neighborhood looking for them, looking for all three of them. So they go into her porch, her patio, and through her rear sliding glass door, Leroy Whitaker and Dominique Varner decide they're going in. They don't have permission. They don't know her, never met her, never been in that home before. But they are desperate to escape the police, to evade them, to evade getting caught for what they had just done. And with that intention, to evade the police, Dominique Varner and Leroy Whitaker go into Barbara Buckley's home without permission, and they try to hide inside. Miss Buckley comes out of a back bathroom, and she notices the front door to one of her bedrooms is shut. And she thinks, that cat, maybe the cats ran in and accidentally shut the door, and now they're trapped. So she goes to her bedroom door, and she opens it to step inside to check on her cats. Her cats aren't inside. Leroy Whitaker and Dominique Varner are. Two people she does not know, has never met, never seen before, and should not be in her home. And she tells them, get out. Uses some more colorful language, but get out. What are you doing here? And they try and plead and say, well, we're hiding from people. Doesn't say, we just committed a murder and it's the police looking for us. But she's like, I don't care. Get out of my house. She walks to her front door, telling Dominique Varner, telling Leroy Whitaker to get out. She opens that door, and she begins to yell for help. But Leroy Whitaker and Dominique Varner aren't going anywhere. They can't go outside. That's where the police are. They just committed a murder along with Hakeem Robinson. So Dominique Varner and then Leroy Whitaker, who assists him, physically grab Barbara Buckley and pull her inside her own home. Shut the door. She is physically thrown to the ground. While she's on the ground, Dominique Varner and Leroy Whitaker are there. Dominique Varner reaches down with both hands, puts them around her neck, and begins to choke her. At one point, Leroy Whitaker even asks Dominique Varner wants him to hurt her. She can't fight back enough to get away. She's trapped in her home, and she complies. And so they then make her sit in her own living room. Dominique Varner takes her phone so she can't call for help. And Leroy Whitaker goes back to that front bedroom where he uses his phone to call for help. Doesn't call Hakeem Robinson. Why would he? He can't help him. He's running west. So who does he call? He calls Abdul Robinson Jr., Hakeem's brother. And he asks for help. And you're going to see phone records corroborating that, from Leroy Whitaker to Abdul Robinson Jr., and then also to Abdul Robinson Sr., his father. You're going to see how he sent them pin drops, location information, showing where they were at. Because again, they haven't been in that house before. They don't live there. They're not supposed to be there. And while they wait for help, Leroy Whitaker and Dominique Varner take clothing from Miss Buckley and her husband so that they can change their appearance. They steal her clothes. And then after they've been there for about an hour, a red, orange Dodge Challenger driven by Abdul Robinson Sr., blue. His father shows up. You'll see some video surveillance that captures that car as it comes down Townsend. He shows up, pulls into the driveway, and eventually Leroy Whitaker and Dominique Barner go outside, leaving Miss Buckley behind in her own home for the first time in an hour. And there, they are driven away by Abdul Robinson Sr., who learns what happened and drives them away, helps them evade the police. After they drive Leroy Whitaker and Dominique Barner away, Miss Buckley goes outside and, with the help of a neighbor, lifted to her feet. You see, she calls 911, but then she also sees an officer down the road. Guys, down the road, there crashed Nissan Altima, the murder car. And she tells the officer what happened to her. The officer tells her she's got to go back and wait at her house. He's sending officers, and detectives go and show up. And they meet with her because, again, they're still looking for the suspects. So they meet with Miss Buckley. She's able to give a very good general description, clothing description that matches the video of the backyard showing Leroy Whitaker and Dominique Barner as they run through it. You can see their clothing. Her description matches those two individuals. She also got a very good look at the arms of Dominique Barner because he had some distinct tattoos on his forearms. She provides that description to the police. And so, based on her descriptions that day, Dominique Barner is identified as a potential suspect. They put together a photo spread, and they show that photo spread to Miss Buckley. She identifies Dominique Barner, one of the two that came in my house, battered me, stole my phone, my clothing. The other individual, who is Leroy Whitaker, she never got a good look at his face, so she can't identify him. She didn't have to, because he did that for her. Because when Leroy Whitaker went in along with Dominique Barner and grabbed her and pulled her back inside, he left some of himself behind. Essentially a signed confession. 3 little letters, DNA, on Miss Buckley's clothing. A place it had no right to be. That DNA evidence, along with his cell phone records and location information, proved beyond all doubt it was Leroy Whitaker and Dominique Barner that broke into Miss Buckley's home and held her hostage as they tried to escape the police because of the murder they, along with Hakeem Robinson, just committed. Also, just down the road in that Nissan Altima, the murder car, some more powerful and unrefutable evidence was discovered. Inside that car that was occupied by the suspects in this case when it crashed, a couple of white shirts. DNA. DNA for Leroy Whitaker, Hakeem Robinson. From the interior swab of the vehicle, mixture of DNA included Hakeem Robinson. DNA in a car it had no right to be in. A car that's not connected to them in any way. Connected to the people who committed this crime. And also in that vehicle, 2 firearms. Now, neither one of the firearms recovered is the murder weapon, because that was carried away in the hands of Hakeem Robinson when he ran west and wasn't caught. But in that vehicle, a loaded AR-15 in the back, 26 rounds, including 1 round chambered, ready to fire. That was Leroy Whitaker's rifle. Wasn't a spectator in this. He was armed and fully willing and ready to participate, and participate he did, even though he did not pull a trigger. Also, a Glock handgun. And on the slide of that Glock, a fingerprint. Kim Robinson's. It's not just the evidence, it's also the location of that evidence in that Nissan Altima that was just occupied by the people who committed this crime. Now, you already know how Leroy Whitaker and Dominic Barner got out of there, but what about Kim Robinson? How did he escape? Well, based on his path of travel west through Townsend, that neighborhood, takes him to a nature preserve. And he went through that little park, nature preserve, and made it out of the other side, an apartment complex on Arlington Expressway. There, he needed a ride. And he was able to relay his location to his brother, Abdul Robinson Jr., who was with their cousin, Torgon Williams, because they both played a role in this crime as well. And at that moment, Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon Williams were back at Torgon's house on Dalehurst Drive, just behind the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza, where Torgon lived with his girlfriend of 5 years ago, named Natalie. Now, Natalie was asleep and had no idea what had happened that morning. But Abdul Robinson Jr. did, Torgon did, and they knew he needed help, just as Leroy Whitaker and Dominic Barner needed help. So they woke up Natalie. She was asked to go to that apartment complex and pick him up. She did. She brought him back to their house, where he was reunited with his brother Abdul Robinson Jr. and his cousin Torgon. That will be corroborated by another witness who lived at the apartment complex at the time, who saw a white female in a silver car, matching the description of Natalie and the vehicle she drove over there, driving around the parking lot like she was looking for somebody. And that resident realized Natalie didn't really belong in the area, and she had also gotten an alert on her phone about JSO looking for suspects and a clothing description, including that two-tone hoodie. As Natalie was out front trying to find him, she heard another person coming through the woods wearing that two-tone hoodie. Now, she didn't get a long enough look to be able to say, I recognize that person. She's not going to be able to identify him. She got a quick glance because when she saw the clothing based on the alert, she got scared and ran back inside. But that was Hakeem Robinson coming out. And Natalie picked him up and drove him back. For Torgon, for Abdul Robinson Jr. Dominic Barner was the first to be identified, first to be arrested, the first to be charged. And when he was initially arrested on January 15th of 2020, that same day, he wasn't completely forthcoming. He didn't walk in to the police and say, you got me, this is what I did, this is what we did. He minimized, he made some statements, but he minimized and didn't say who he was with. But he was charged, and he's going to testify in this case. So when he testifies, he's going to come out the back, because he's in a jail uniform, he's in shackles, and you will learn that he has been charged with multiple crimes. And he has pled guilty to multiple crimes. He has pled guilty to second-degree murder for his involvement in driving and taking and participating in the murder of Charles McCormick with Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker. He's pled guilty. pled guilty to burglary with an assault or battery for what he and Leroy Whitaker did to Miss Buckley, breaking into her home to escape the police and grabbing her and pulling her back inside and holding her there. He's pled guilty to aggravated fleeing and attempting to elude law enforcement. And he has also pled guilty to a separate second-degree murder charge. When he testifies, he does not know what sentence he is going to get because he has not yet been sentenced. But for each and every one of those charges, he's pled guilty to the court, to the judge. And the judge will decide what sentence Dominique Barner gets. All he knows is what he's looking at. And he's looking at up to life in prison. Life, without parole. You can get that. His guideline sentence, which reflects the minimum he should get, absent a legal reason to go below, is 41.8 years, up to life in prison. Now, this cooperation does provide the court with a legal basis that allows the judge to go below 41.8 years, if the judge wants to. Doesn't have to. Entirely up to the judge. He also knows that best case scenario, there is no way he can get anything less than 20 years. So he's looking at 20 years, 2 decades, up to life in prison. And even with his cooperation, he can get life. But he's going to tell you what he did. And when he testifies, knowing what he has been charged with, what he has done. The state's not asking that you like him. The state's not asking that you think, I'd be friends with that guy. I'd hang out with him. Though that's exactly what Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker did, and what they have done for years. They were, they're the same. But what he has to say, because he was involved, is enlightening. But also make no mistake, this case, without Dominique Barner, is proven. It's proven by all the evidence they left behind. It's proven by the DNA, it's proven by the fingerprints, it's proven by call records, it's proven by cell site location information, it's proven by the video of the murder, your own God-given common sense, as well as social media posts, among many other pieces of evidence. When Barner testifies, he is going to acknowledge Charles McCormick was targeted because of that song. A song that, by the way, you will see in evidence because it was on Hakeem Robinson's iCloud account. You get to hear it. He's going to confirm that was the motive, that was the reason that they found out, and Barner played a role in finding out where Charles McCormick lived. And on the morning of January 15, 2020, he calls Abdul Robinson Jr., his brother, Leroy Whitaker's cousin, says he's back. That's going to be confirmed by call records. And then what happens? Dominique Barner gets picked up by Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, Abdul Robinson Jr., and they, along with Torgon Williams, eventually all go over to Charles McCormick's apartment complex with the intent on killing them. Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon are in a clean car, a rental, Dodge Journey. Can't be tied back. It's a riddle, excuse me. Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, and Dominique Barner are in a stolen car, the car that can't be tied back to them. And the role of the clean car is to basically try and make sure they don't get pulled over by the police when they're going where they need to go. So collectively, they go to Charles McCormick's apartment complex. And again, Hakeem Robinson is armed with his rifle, as is Leroy Whitaker. And there, they wait for him. But as they wait, because it takes so long, they get distracted. They miss Charles McCormick when he comes out of his apartment. He's able to make it to his car. Then he's able to drive away from his complex towards the shopping plaza on Merrill Road. And so they pivot. Dominique Barner, Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker pursue him, stalk him, follow him, all with the intent to end his life. And that's when they make it to that shopping center and ultimately what unfolds, you will witness with your own eyes. What Dominic Barner will add is that when they got to the shopping plaza, not only initially was it, again, Leroy Whitaker and Hakeem Robinson that were going to jump out and kill Charles McCormick, but Barner says, I changed the plan. We were too far back. The shopping center is getting busy. So he relocates closer to Charles McCormick's car, and the plan then becomes that Hakeem Robinson's going to hop out as soon as Charles makes it back to his car. While they wait for Charles to exit, Hakeem Robinson does two things. One, using Instagram on his phone, he contacts Raekwon Howard. Raekwon Howard, who is affiliated with Six Ball. They're ops. Tells him, got one of your boys slipping. Let him know they're getting ready to take somebody out, but doesn't say who. That will be confirmed by Instagram records showing that video call between Hakeem Robinson's Instagram account and Raekwon Howard's right before the murder. Dominic Barner will also tell you that as they waited, Hakeem Robinson thought about not using his rifle. He didn't want to burn that gun. He used it to murder and so he thought about using Barner's glove. Remember whose fingerprints were on that? You may not like Dominic Barner. He is a criminal, and he is going to spend decades up to life in prison for what he has done. But because you may not like him, because he is guilty, that does not absolve Hakeem Robinson or Leroy Whitaker of their guilt. It does not change what they did. So when Dominic Barner testifies, he's a criminal. He just won't be the only criminal in this courtroom. Another person you will hear from is Abdul Robinson Sr. family. And when he testifies, you will learn that he has been charged with and pled to 2 different counts of accessory after the fact. One for this case and one for another. Unlike Dominic Barner, there has been a partial negotiation with Abdul Robinson, and the maximum sentence he can get is 20 years. Again, it will be decided by the judge. But he's also in his mid-50s. And he has some health issues. And a sentence of 20 years could take him to his life expectancy. And he knows when he comes in that he's going to be despised, that he's going to be hated by his family, by Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, maybe others in this courtroom. The question is not, do you like Abdul Robinson Jr., or excuse me, Sr.? The question isn't, do you think he's being a good father? The question is, what he has to say, is it corroborated by the evidence? Independent evidence. Evidence he has no control over, that he could not manufacture. Is it corroborated by the evidence? Not, do we like him? And what he is going to tell you is that Willie Addison was his son. That he was in the car with him, along with his other son, Abdul Jr., when they were shot. Oregon, shot. And that after that shooting, they became aware of Charles McCormick's song, and they didn't like it. Abdul Jr., who was shot in the head but recovered, and his brother Hakeem Robinson, they were very angry over that song. And he will tell you that he was contacted on January 15, 2020 by Abdul Jr. and Leroy Whitaker, Scotty, because they needed help. And though he didn't know about the murder before it happened, didn't participate in it, he went, he picked him up, and he found out all about it. And he still drove them away and helped them get out of there. He also will tell you that he is aware of that dash cam video that captured the murder. And he has seen it. He will tell you in this courtroom, regardless of what you think of him, the shooter in that video son, Hakeem Robinson. He knows his son. You may have thoughts about him as a father, good, bad, or indifferent. He knows who Hakeem Robinson is. And he knows that's him in that shooting. That shooting on that video. In addition to all of this evidence, as I have touched on briefly, you will see cell phone records, communications among the members of this group, these co-defendants, but the cell site location information. Cell site location information confirming what Abdul Robinson Sr., Blue, will tell you, that he was somewhere else when this crime happened, and how he arrived at Townsend Boulevard to pick Leroy Whitaker and Dominic Barner up. See that cell site location information as well as the pin drop sent to him and the calls. You will see cell site location information for Abdul Robinson Jr. He had two phones in his possession that day, a 904 number and a 478 area code number. And both of those place him going to pick Dominic Barner up that morning, going over to the apartment complex where Charles McCormick lived, and then back over near the shopping plaza where Torgon lived. And then finally, after relaying information to his father so that Leroy Whitaker and Dominic Barner could be picked up, back over on Brown Jersey Court where he lived with Hakeem Robinson and their father. Leroy Whitaker, his phone, places him where he did not want to tell you he was at. Where he wants to keep hidden from you. It places him in the area of Charles McCormick's apartment complex, Merrill Road Shopping Plaza, where the murder took place at the time of the murder, and then over on Townsend, where the burglary to Miss Buckley's home took place, and then finally, after getting picked up by Dominic Barner, back Brown Jersey Court. Excuse me, we got picked up by Blue, was driven back to Brown Jersey Court. And then Hakeem Robinson, he had a couple phones. His primary phone number, a 904 area code, which was very active that day, until it wasn't. That morning, it mysteriously is turned off. It was silent. No calls, no activity, nothing. For a period of hours covering stalking, the murder, the flight, until he would have been back home. And then later that afternoon, it's up again. Curious. But then there was a second phone number, a 478 area code number. Now, the evidence will establish belonged to Hakeem Robinson. And that phone number, data files. FaceTime calls, Instagram calls, things like that. Guess where it was? The area of the shopping center, the area of the murder, at the time of the murder. And over in the area of Townsend, where that Nissan fled and crashed, where he ran away on foot. And back over near Dalehurst in that area, around the time Natalie would have picked him up and been bringing him back. Curious. Because of all of the evidence, the powerful evidence, the inescapable evidence in this case, I expect that one of the focuses will be on a few witnesses who, again, keep in mind when this murder took place, and you'll see it lasted 10 seconds, 10 violent seconds, but seconds nonetheless. Were some witnesses who, based on how far away they were, their vantage point, how long of a look they got, a number of factors come into play, and you'll have your common sense to evaluate that. Some witnesses who, when they estimated, provided a guess of what they thought the shooter's height might be as he was running and gunning, underestimated the height that we know Hakeem Robinson to be. You'll be able to evaluate that because you'll also have the video. And the video will show what Hakeem Robinson, the shooter, 5 years ago in relation to the victim, Charles McCormick. You'll be be able to make your own observations and determinations as to how they physically compare to one another. I also expect that there will be some attacks of Dominic Barner and Abdul Robinson Sr. because their testimony is damning. But when they testify and when those attacks come, I just want you to do two things. One, simply ask yourself, removing emotion as to whether or not you like them or think they're good people. They are criminals. They're just not the only ones. Does the evidence, the independent evidence in this case, corroborate what they have to say? Does it establish what they are telling you? And then secondly, remember, they're not strangers. This is a family. And consider, when co-defendants come together to commit a violent murder, angels aren't invited. Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker may have temporarily physically escaped their guilt on January 15, 2020, but that guilt stains them to this day. If Charles McCormick still had the ability to speak, if before he died, hidden truths were revealed.
Excuse me, we need all electronic devices to be turned off. Thank you.
And if Charles McCormick would have witnessed and been aware of and seen and heard all of the evidence that we have discussed, DNA, the fingerprints found in the murder car, the motive found on his account, the video of the murder itself, cell phone records, location information, the nail salon post, and many others. Is there any doubt that if he could stand in here and testify, he would not scream Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker's guilty name? The evidence will answer for you where they were and what they did on January 15, 2020.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cooper. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you each step into your respective jury rooms for a bio break since it is 3:50 p.m., but I do want to explain something. This trial is being tried together, and the majority of what will be presented together, but there are some times that things must be presented separately. Opening statements is one of those. So Hakeem Robinson's jury, you are going to step in for a bio break, but you're going to remain in there while Leroy Whitaker's jury will hear from Ms. Schlax and Mr. Whitaker's opening. And then when that is concluded, you will be excused, and then you will return out Hakeem Robinson's jury to hear the opening statement by Mr. Robinson's counsel. So I wanted to explain that. But for now, both sides may step into the jury room to use the facilities. Mr. Whitaker's jury, I'll bring you back out here hopefully in about 10
Yeah, I think they're gonna do. Each attorney's gonna get to do their own opening statement for their clients. But having two juries is crazy. I ain't never heard nothing like it. So I learn something new every time we get out here and stream. All right, y'all. So I make a pool, and I do want to. I want to be paying close attention to this trial because it definitely seems like it's gonna be something that is going to be very, very interesting. So if you want to go ahead and continue to watch, I encourage you to do so. But I am going to pick back up tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp Central Time. 8 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. We will be live picking up on this trial. I might even just watch it when we leave the pool and do a recap, and then we can pick up on day 2. It just kind of depends on what y'all doing. I'll throw a little poll out there and see what the folks think, see what the folks said. But I'm going to go ahead and get in this water because today my son's participating. I think he's going to participate, and I actually got to get in the water with him. So I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good, safe, and blessed evening.